probably easier. It's easier for them to be out here because they can let the city cops do the city shit.
There's no one there, so we could go out on this corner up on this street.
Yeah, let's just go right up there with them.
Okay. Just stay out of there. Maybe go up on this corner and hit this intersection. This way it comes down.
Man, I am talking so much shit on Twitter when I get home.
Dude, a lot of people, man.
Yeah. That's what Twitter's for.
Oh, all those people, man, if you would have looked at like his comment thread, you would have thought you'd have at least 100 people.
I was getting messages. This guy's like, I'm with the Hibiscus Society.
On Twitter.
Yeah, well, where are you guys?
Yeah. I just tweeted a little bit, like, we didn't have much of a turnout.
There was some you do like poll for like 2 weeks, man. It was so many people just like, can't wait to show up. Like, yeah, we gotta get justice. We gotta keep the pressure on Jefferson County.
I had a feeling. A lot of people on Twitter just talk.
This is true.
You know what I mean?
It's unfortunate, man.
I am not. That's why I'm
But
here.
I was like, you know what? I was like, fuck it, I'm going.
Yeah.
I'm going.
I mean, if it was just one of us,
I don't care if I'm the only person. I'm a man of my word. I don't care if I'm the only person out there.
Yeah.
Just me and Steve out there. The only people.
Fair. That's fair. We're here regardless.
Me and Steve, we're real life friends.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we drove up together.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to do it though. Hey, no worries, stay cool.
Enjoy this 30 seconds to show you the game.
I hope so.
Get some overtime shit.
Take care, guys.
We ain't leaving just yet.
Yeah.
Well, now that I'm live, do you guys want to talk about what you're doing out here?
Sure. Oh, I'm first. What are you gonna do? Just ask some questions?
Yeah, talk to me about what's going on here.
Oh, let me light up.
All right.
Where do I start? I've never done this before. You're the professional.
Well, so you're out here for Johnny Hurley. What happened from your perspective, and what is it that you're demanding?
Johnny Hurley, it was an unfortunate situation. He did what anybody in his position would have done. He's that guy that gets glorified by everybody. Good guy with a gun comes in and saves the day. Just to have his life taken away by a police force they're not answering the questions. What happened? They're acknowledging he was a hero, because he was. He saved God knows how many lives. They're not saying what they're going to do for him, though. What are you going to do for this hero, this good Samaritan, to make sure he gets the justice that he deserves? What are you going to do to make sure that this doesn't happen again? That's what we want. We're not out here trying to speak for Johnny, on Johnny's behalf. We're out here to speak to the police, to let them know they answer to us, and we want answers. They seem to have forgotten that.
Do you want to just, from your perspective, what actually happened? Like, to people who are watching this live stream, it says Johnny Hurley in the title, and they don't know what that's about. What happened?
Johnny Hurley was a good Samaritan. He was down in Old Town Arvada here. Heard gunshots going off. There was a guy out with he had a couple of rifles based off the video. Started shooting. He actually killed an Arvada police officer. Johnny sprung into action. He had his concealed permit. Went running out, neutralized the shooter. Police show up and shoot Johnny to death. And now they're not really telling us why they did it. Who did it? How it happened. They're not telling us.
Did he have a rifle in his hand?
Did Johnny have a rifle in his hand at the time? Maybe. Did he disarm the shooter after he shot him? Everybody's trained. Hey, even after you shoot the person, you get that weapon away from them. You don't know if that person is actually dead. They're down, or if they're done, they're out of the fight. You do get the weapon away. Even if he did, is it Arvada police protocol to just show up guns blazing? Is that because that seems like that's what happened here. Did they identify their target? Did they attempt to identify the target before pulling triggers and killing Johnny? We want answers. From what I understand, the district attorney is taking the investigation away from the police, and they're going to investigate it now. That doesn't seem good enough to me. That's just one part of the team investigating the other part of the team. This needs to be a grand jury investigation. It needs to be the citizens of Arvada investigating the police on this.
I mean, is it your hope that a cop would be charged over this shooting?
If there would have to be circumstances in the situation. I don't know the facts. I don't. They're not releasing the facts of what happened. I'm not going to say I hope he gets charged. I hope he gets charged if it was blatant negligence on his part. Yeah, just like anybody would be charged. If we were blatantly negligent like that and accidentally killed somebody, we'd be going away for a few years. The facts need to be put out there. And if the facts show up that this cop did show up, Yosemite Sam, guns blazing, then yeah, he should be charged in a situation like that.
And how do you feel about how the police have been out here? I mean, not much has happened yet, but at this point. But
today,
yeah,
we haven't seen it, but it's streets are blocked off. Some of that can be chalked up to construction. Some of it, like behind us, that's not because of construction. The entire city hall, the municipal building, is completely caution taped off. We had that verified. That was not up there yesterday. That's not part of the construction. It kind of shows us like, hey, screw you. We're not answering your questions. Stay off my lawn. That's kind of the point that that's making.
right.
That's not very.
These are public buildings and public parking lots. So why block this stuff off? Because you're afraid of some protesters? I mean, what is that about? This is the United States. We have freedom of speech, or at least we're supposed to. And we're not doing anything violent. We're not calling for violence. We're not causing any problems.
We've offered the police officers out here water.
Why would, I mean, this is the sort of thing, as a parent with a kid, you judge the behavior of your children, and when they do something suspect, it raises alarms. It's like, what's going on? Well, it's no different with the children that are the Arvada cops here. If they need to block off public parking lots because they're afraid of a protest, I mean, what is that? It's chicken shit, if you ask me. So these guys need to improve their behavior in all regards, not only how they act with an active shooting situation, but how they act in their communications and their transparency with the public. They work for us, and they're not acting like it. So they need a big behavior change, as far as I'm concerned.
What would be your sort of message to them? I know there hasn't been sort of much dialogue actually today between you and them, but what would you want them to know, assuming they're watching, and they probably are?
I would want them to stop being confrontational with the public. It's like that's what they seem to choose to do first in all situations. Let's be confrontational. Let's see if I can give you a ticket. Let's see if I can steal your money in some way for some victimless crime. And then they go off and shoot somebody with not even acting professionally to start with. And then they double down on their unprofessionalism by not talking about their bad behavior. When I screw up and get called on it, I got to own my bad behavior. And I'm teaching my daughter to do the same thing. She's got to own her bad behavior. So why can't public police own their bad behavior? Are they exempt? They get to behave however the hell they want with no consequences?
What would that accountability look like to you?
Well, I'd like to see, I think Felix said it, let's have all the information released. Let's know what actually happened.
Hey, stop clicking around because I need to show you this right now. Now I've got this 8-pound solar power lifesaver device about the size of a gallon of milk, and it
Median, which means he's one of the few people who can understand what exactly is happening in our intelligence community. He joins us now. Adam Carolla, good to see you. So
good to see you, Tucker.
You want to make it diverse. You go on Shutterstock and you buy a picture of a blind guy with a dog. Does that achieve the objective?
Well, it gets you close, but I think we've even gotten closer because I blew a call into my agent. He knows some of the people from that photo, and he informed me that the dog is gay. So,
well, now we're getting some
more woke.
And how does he? I'm not even going to ask how he knows that, but I want you to know that that's what strength looks like. Do you feel safer knowing that our intel community is represented by stock photos on Shutterstock of blind men, gay dogs, and attractive women in wheelchairs?
No, because when it comes to the intel community, I want the best and the brightest, not the least whitest.
That seems fair. So why, I mean, stepping back 3 steps, why would you care what your intelligence analysts, for example, look like? Is that related to job performance in any way, do you think?
No, it has nothing to do with job performance, obviously, but it does make me think, as I was watching your opening monologue, those people who know World War II history know that in 1944, the Japanese government sent over incendiary bombs that went up to the jet stream, and they were going to float over to the Pacific Northwest, and they were going to come down and they were going to start fires in the Pacific Northwest. And the idea was we would have to then fight our own fires on our own soil, and we couldn't fight them in the Pacific Theater. And this is analogous to that. This is us fighting ourselves, this woke culture, right, the diversity, the racism cries, the gender, the homophobia. This is us fighting ourselves. The Russians and the Chinese must be delighted that we have a self-induced civil war on our own nation 2 years, or by the way, 5 years after first 2-term black president, that we've decided to use the race hustlers and start essentially a war on our own soil. So they're, with their homogeneous population, China and Russia, are just free use their technology to shut down our pipelines and hack into our infrastructure while we're using our technology to Photoshop.
I mean, you make a really serious and deeply sad.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. CPAC was just discussing election integrity, and to provide context and note, there has been no proven evidence of widespread election fraud. Also, they were discussing the Delta variant, and this continues to increase in many states, especially those with low vaccination rates. Now, Fox Los Angeles spoke with an infectious disease expert. Let's play that out here on Live Now from Fox.
We don't have to be scientists to know that viruses mutate all the time. It is scientific fact. But with a virus like COVID-19, which is already so dangerous and so transmissible, variants can be and are a huge problem. Health officials are monitoring COVID variants that are increasingly showing up in communities around the world. And those variants are the key reason for a spike in cases and in hospitalizations and in deaths. Now we're learning about a new Lambda variant that is circulating in South America. We thought, well, we got to put an epidemiologist on this, so we have Jessica Malati-Rivera. She's been with us before, known as a science communicator, and she's the lead for the COVID tracking project. She's also, by the way, an infectious disease epidemiologist, so boom, there you have it. Nice to see you again, Jessica. We talked about the behavior of mutations of the virus. We know this, but it's the role they play in the unvaccinated. Help us understand that connection.
Right. So as we've seen in many headlines, the Delta variant has now become the dominant lineage. In California, we're seeing an uptick in cases linked to Delta, about 35.6% of samples sequenced. Even in Los Angeles, nearly 50% of the analyzed cases have been determined to be Delta. And that is based on some recent data that is kind of showing the fact that the genetic diversity of the virus, meaning the kind of changes that are happening as it replicates, is much, much higher among unvaccinated people. Essentially, there's a decrease in genetic diversity the more people are vaccinated in population. And even when 1% of the population was vaccinated, you saw a decrease in that, which means that we need to interrupt this cycle of transmission by getting more bodies vaccinated.
And that's why the work is on to get more people vaccinated. It isn't meant to shame people, but it's to help us end the danger of this virus and its subsequent mutations, limiting its lifespan, essentially, right?
Yeah, essentially you're creating dead ends. The more people that are vaccinated, the less opportunities the virus has to infect and replicate and therefore mutate in those bodies. You essentially outsmart the virus by doing that. Now, that's not to say that breakthrough infections don't happen. They do. But like you said before, this uptick in severe cases has been almost exclusively among unvaccinated people. These vaccines do an excellent job of keeping people out of the hospital and alive. And I think it's important that we emphasize the fact that the more people that are vaccinated, the less severe cases we'll be seeing nationwide.
Okay, so that's what scientists and healthcare professionals, et cetera, and health directors are saying, like, this is why we need to get you vaccinated. But then the part behind it is this vaccine hesitancy. How, you've been looking at this always to Sunday. How do we attack that and address it?
Yeah, I think it's really important to emphasize the fact that it's not a one-size-fits-all message, right? There are so many reasons why people hesitate to take the vaccine. It could be medical history of trauma. It could be issues of medical anxiety. It could be because they're part of a demographic that has not been treated well by the medical community. And I think that because of that, it requires patience and persistence and repetition and creativity even, and incentives in some cases. I'm seeing some states do lottery systems and some states do really cool kind of raffles and gifts to incentivize folks to do it. Some folks need more data, some folks need more patience and kindness. And I think that's why I'm here to do both, to make sure that people feel listened to and that their answers and concerns are responded to correctly.
Right, and also, by the way, it's just proof that not one size fits all, right? Some people will respond to the broader, wider global message. Other people are going to need to sit one-on-one with someone they trust, a medical doctor, somebody in their own community, somebody they've seen model getting vaccinated, because they want to. We need people need to be heard, right? Their fears need to be addressed.
That's correct. And I think that right now there are some bad actors out there who are jumping on this opportunity to cause more fear and more doubt in the vaccines, because once again, these vaccines have never claimed to be 100% effective. They are extremely effective, and they do the main thing, keeping people alive and out of hospitals. But breakthrough cases happen. But I think that there's a false narrative that's being spun right now that these vaccines are now optional because of breakthrough cases, that it may not necessarily help you. And that's just certainly not true. Even folks who are getting breakthrough infections, they're most often experiencing mild sickness and recovering much, much better than those who are unvaccinated. And I think people really need to know that.
Dig into that a little bit more, because you do have a concern about data being used incorrectly.
Yes. I mean, misinformation is kind of one of the symptoms, unfortunately, of an infectious disease outbreak. And we're seeing a lot of people manipulate data even from VAERS, which is a database that people can self-report anything. It is unverified. And I think every day I see a new narrative about adverse events or, claims about vaccine efficacy and effectiveness that are just not based in truth. That is not at all denying, though, that adverse events do happen. It's not at all denying the fact that there can be complications, but they're exceedingly rare. And I think that if you look at kind of the common denominator here, it's typically very emotionally triggering, very fear-based messages that cause people to pause even more.
Yeah, and your concern is that, when you use the data incorrectly, it's not only false, it can be dangerous, and that's why you've been getting out there. By the way, you can follow her on the socials, which I do. I follow you on Instagram, Jessica Malti Rivera, an infectious disease epidemiologist. And by the way, what I think is so key is she's a science communicator, communicating science to the masses and making sure the message is accessible to all. Thanks for the work you do, darling, and keep it up, and come visit us again.
I'd love to. Thank you.
I'd love to as well. Thank you so much, Jessica. Good to see you.
Former Bachelorette Claire Crawley revealed she's having her breast implants removed, citing health concerns. The 40-year-old reality star says her body is fighting.
So once again, we have a situation where a parody basically becomes reality. I found this picture on Facebook and I thought it was very compelling, and it reminded me of the video that I'm getting ready to share with you. So I figured I'd include it as part of the introduction. Of course you're allowed to ask questions. Here's the list of approved questions. You're absolutely free to study and investigate for yourself. Here is the list of approved sources. We're not trying to stifle thought. We want you to learn everything you can as you reach the approved conclusions. This probably made you chuckle because it is funny. But by the time you get finished watching this video, much like the other parodies that I've shared that are no longer parodies in the past, I think you'll come to the same conclusion that I did, that this isn't funny anymore, because it's not a parody. It's the truth. So what I'm about to show you is a video that was leaked. It was not meant for public consumption. It was part of a critical race theory and anti-racism presentation at a college in Oklahoma. And in it, like the whole thing, I think was about an hour long. I'm not going to go over all of it because I don't think all of it was necessarily as relevant, but I will provide a link to a full version of it in the description. I think what you're about to see, you'll find rather disturbing, and it tells a story that is very different than the ones that we're being told as far as to what this is all about. As we go forward, I want you to consider the fact that what is determined to be racist, what is determined to be hate speech, and what is determined to be white supremacist are all concepts that just seem to be amorphous and can be rewritten at any moment. When you listen to these people talk about this, you would think that maybe they were encountering, kids in their college classes who were like literally KKK members or Nazi skinheads who were, given the Sieg Heil, Hitler salute in the middle of the classroom. I suspect that has never happened to any of them. I would suspect that the likelihood is that when they discuss things like overt racism in the classroom, they're talking about some of the vague concepts that were on that white supremacy pyramid that I shared in my conversation with Mr. Rossi. One of the things you're going to notice about this video is that all of the professors giving the presentations look very young. You know, if you've ever worked somewhere, for example, where you may have to sell alcohol or tobacco, I have, and I'm thinking to myself as I'm listening to these people lecture that I probably would have carded everybody that was giving these presentations. And it's not to say that young people can't be educators, they absolutely can. But as was pointed out by Paul Rossi in my interview that I just did with him, he noticed that one of the trends was that the majority of the teachers and staff that he was dealing with at his high school were all very young. And the reason that's more relevant is it means that they've come out of this generation that has been, you know, fully indoctrinated into these concepts of CRT and anti-racism. So, without further ado, let's get into the video.
So, coupled with that, right, is this idea of setting an anti-racist tone in our classes. So we have to clarify boundaries. And at this point, especially if you've taught 12, 13, students are a little bit more emboldened to be racist, like overtly racist in 12, 13. And either in their writing or in the conversations that they have in class, right, on discussion boards, in person, whatever. I've experienced all of it. So over the time, it's like, okay, I need to like set these boundaries, but also I need to work to make sure that, like, one of the fears is that we're going to get in trouble for this, right? Like, we can't tell students that they can't say something in class, but we can. And let me tell you how, right? So the first day of class, I have a slideshow like prepared and everything, talking about like the overview of the course, what they can expect. And then we talk about like the expectations in their behavior in class and in their writing. And I include these two statements in each of these, right? They have to avoid derogatory remarks, critiques, and hate speech. If they use any of those things, if any of those things come through in their writing or in their comments, I will call them out on it. And I tell them, I call you out on this. We're going to have this conversation if this takes place in class or in your writing. And I tell them to avoid white supremacist ideas or sources when they're making their own arguments. If they're working to try to persuade a white supremacist to not be a white supremacist, right? To persuade someone against racism, then they have to look at those sources, but they're working to dismantle that. And that's completely different than employing those things and their own ideas. And I explicitly tell them they cannot use white supremacist ideas or sources in their work. They can't use those in any conversations that they have. They will, you know, we'll talk about it if it happens. If it continues to happen, report them for violating the student code of conduct, right?
You're not allowed to use any terminology that we have determined to be white supremacist or racist or whatever. And if you continue to do so, we will report you for violating the student code of conduct. Now, remember what I just said before we started this clip, that the definitions of what is white supremacist, what is racist, what, you know, these are amorphous definitions that they are willing to change on a moment's notice. And they're essentially saying, you know, before you even begin your quote-unquote education, that you will not be allowed to use any of these terms that we do not agree with. You will not be allowed to make arguments that we do not agree with, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, there's no way this could possibly go wrong, right?
So something that we read at the beginning of the semester to kind of frame this conversation as well is When Free Speech Becomes Unfree Speech by Ibram Kendi. And it's just a 2-page article. It's super short. It's accessible, right?
So I want to take a brief segue to identifying who Ibram X. Kendi is and reading his article, but also give you an idea of the kind of person we're talking about. Ibram X. Kendi is the author of the book How to Be an Anti-Racist, and recently, more infamously, was seen at a lecture, and he was asked during the Q&A to define racism. And he used the word racism and racist, I think like 6 or 7 times in his own definition of what racism is. This is what is known as a circular definition. It's something like, it's a fallacy that I learned about, I want to say in like the first grade, that you cannot use the word that you are providing the definition of in your definition. Anyway, he's also a guy who got paid $20,000 for a 45-minute Zoom call, to a school, basically to teach them how to be anti-racist. Anyway, his article that she was talking about is called When Free Speech Becomes Unfree Speech. This was written in October 20th, 2015. And if you just listened to my conversation with Paul Rossi, he pointed out that 2015 was kind of when all of this anti-racist and CRT stuff in schools really started to get, underway. Anyway, When Free Speech Becomes Unfree Speech by Ibram X. Kendi. I read the headlines. I formed my opinion. I planned to board the bandwagon urging student activists to stop censoring student newspapers for printing racist columns. Over the last month or so, journalists, professors, and administrators have been ridiculing these student activists at Wesleyan University and now Brown University as overly sensitive, emotional, ill-equipped to debating, and the ultimate heresy of all, anti-free speech. On September 14th, Brian Staskevich maintained in the Wesleyan Argus that the Black Lives Matter movement is not legitimate, or at the very least, hypocritical. Staskevich's column sparked an outrage among anti-racists at Wesleyan University who called for a boycott of the newspaper until it effectively diversified its staff and content. These protests fired the engines of the reactionary bandwagon, which shifted the discourse of critique from Staskevich and the Argus to those activists reportedly suppressing free speech. A less public, but somewhat similar turn of events occurred at Brown University last week when anti-racist students were irate about the two racist columns printed on successive days in the Brown Daily Herald by M. Dizali Mayer. Mayer followed up his biologically racist musings on Monday with his culturally racist musings of Europe's cultural superiority in Tuesday's column. Instead of protesting Columbus Day, all Native Americans should celebrate Columbus Day since it honors the history of the Old World Europe civilizing the New World. I want to be clear, I definitely don't agree with that crap. But anyway, Kendi goes on to say, I had no problem with the activists' demands to diversify the staff and content of their student newspapers. But as a staunch defender of free speech and those mediums that bring into the public light those racial debates that regularly occur in private, I had serious problems with these activists condemning the newspapers for printing these racist columns. But as my eyes traveled from the headlines to the news stories and from the news stories to the activist position papers, I changed my viewpoint. I came across an open letter to the Wesleyan community from a group of concerned and unapologetic students of color. This was the name of the paper, issued in late September, quote, freedom of speech in its popular understanding, end quote. The group penned, does not protect Black Lives Matter advocates who are trying to survive in a racist world, but instead protects the belief systems of the dominant people, despite the extent of their heightened ignorance, end quote. Indeed, these students were correct, not just about free speech, but about notions of American freedom. No one can deny that some Americans have used the freedoms of the Bill of Rights to substantiate their efforts to take away the freedoms of others. Generations of American slaveholders defended their freedom to enslave. All year long, advocates of gun control and marriage equality have heard the cacophony of freedom to bear arms and freedom of religion. I had to admit that my fellow free speech defenders were somewhat similar to those National Rifle Association members and those homophobic Christian discriminators. It's interesting that he puts it that way because I've used the example of Christian discriminators when I'm describing what people, basically the way people behave when they're involved in the woke inquisition, that they want, things that they find objectionable, censored. Anyway, I thought I was defending the free speech of those column writers and newspaper editors, when in fact I was merely defending unfree speech. Just like we should not have the freedom to enslave people, we should not have the freedom to publish untruths about people. When the press publishes false or unproven racist ideas in news stories or columns without informing readers, there is no truth to those claims and tales. That is not an exercise in free speech. That is unfree speech. For example, Staskovich's column in the Wesleyan Argus was based on the false idea that the Black Lives Matter movement was increasing violence towards police. That's not a false idea, but okay. Neither Staskovich nor the editors provided the data that show that police shootings are down this year. It was almost as ridiculous as this unproven claim that, quote, there are only a few bad apples on police forces. Again, the data says otherwise. This is a lie, but okay. Anyway, circulating racist falsehoods without warning have long been the occupation of unfree racial speech, constraining constructive thought. Lies enslave the mind and harm human life. As the Wesleyan activist stated, by focusing on the freedom of speech instead of students' lives and ability to safely exist on this campus, you are practicing censorship and you are partaking in racism. To change this, to provide safety for all of our students' lives, we do not have to necessarily prohibit any and every racist column. Just as the companies can sell harmful products as long as they clearly label them to consumers, so too should periodicals have the freedom to publish any spuriously racist ideas as long as they clearly label them to readers as untrue. But that would require strenuous fact-checking on the part of the editors, and it is much easier for editors to not fact-check quotes and columns, and then print these racist quotes and columns laced with falsehoods or unsubstantiated claims, and then use free speech to defend themselves from the outraged and offended. So he's basically trying to create a new form of free speech that does not include anything that he doesn't agree with, or anything that his movement does not agree with. And he listed things that I can actually prove, via actual studies, as untrue. Like he said that these things were not true, and they are true. And so if this is the concept behind we're gonna redefine what free speech is by just simply saying, well, no, that's not free speech, that's unfree speech because it doesn't agree with me. You're creating a situation that's going to be abused. I guarantee it. But anyway, let me continue. We should have the freedom to offer in the press varying, controversial, and provocative racial thoughts from the ground of evidentiary truth. That's free speech. At the same time, we must recognize and take seriously the difference between unfree speech based on falsehoods and free speech based on facts, while never conflating the two. Free speech, in its open-minded search for truth, produces lively debates, growing intelligence, and mutual love. Unfree speech, in its closed-minded defense of falsehoods, produces arguments, ignorance, and hate. This is literally exactly what the majority of the racial activists that are currently, basically engaged in quote-unquote activism are doing. Closed-minded defense of falsehoods that produce arguments, ignorance, and hate. That's exactly what they're doing. This is a complete projection. Anyway, he says, we should applaud the students at Wesleyan and Brown who are trying to silence unfree speech in their student newspapers. If anywhere in America should be the unpolluted haven of free speech, where circulating racist falsehoods are barred from public mediums, where thinkers are speaking and debating all sorts of social issues from the platforms of evidence, then it should be our colleges and universities. After all, if academia is not our society's cradle of debates from truth, then what is it? So the problem with him suggesting this, if it really was about truth, I would be totally behind it. The thing is that they want a different truth. And as I've been demonstrating in multiple videos that I've done so far, the anti-racist and CRT movements literally want to eliminate rational thinking. They want to eliminate the scientific method. They want us to value the experiences of people of color, as long as they're the people of color that agree with them, that is, as evidence, without any, you can't in any way contradict that, you can't challenge it, you can't ask for any kind of evidence. If a person of color said this happened, then you're just supposed to go along with it. Once again, the caveat being, it has to be a person of color who comes from their accepted mindsets, not somebody who's afflicted with the parasitic condition of whiteness. So anyway, this is what she is reading to her students, or rather having them read before she'll let them participate in her class. And it basically just suggests, well, it's not free speech if it doesn't agree with me.
And the premise of this article is that there's no such thing as free speech. Somebody is paying for what we say, right? So when we make racist comments, when we make hate speech, when we're engaging in white supremacist ideologies, somebody is paying for that, emotionally, physically, however, right? And so it's not really free speech.
What's funny is that's actually not what Ibram X. Kendi suggested. She is like kind of, I guess, conflating the concept of free as in it has a price or a cost. Free speech is about I have the freedom to say as I, and speak as I see fit. They're not the same thing. I mean, I understand kind of the curve she's trying to throw there to suggest that there's a cost for people being able to say things, but that's not what Ibram X. Kendi was suggesting, and it's logically fallacious.
Right. And in the classroom, free speech does not apply. The Supreme Court has actually upheld that hate speech, derogatory speech, any of the isms do not apply in the classroom because they do not foster a productive learning environment. And so as instructors, we can tell our students, no, you do not have the right to say that. Stop talking right now, right? We can call them out on that. And another way I kind of frame this to kind of set the tone here, right, is I use the James Baldwin quote. We can disagree and still love each other. We're not going to agree on everything, right? If we did, we wouldn't have any issues. We'd be in a utopia, right? But if the disagreement is rooted in the oppression and denial of humanity and someone's right to exist, that is not permitted, right? We cannot deny someone their basic human rights. We cannot deny someone human dignity. We cannot question someone's very existence. That is not conductive. That's not productive. It is not allowed in my classroom. And when we frame it this way, students would have to, if they wanted to push back against that, what's their response? Oh, no, I want to deny someone's humanity. Who's going to say that, right? And
this idea of denying somebody's humanity is actually a fairly common fallacious straw man that I hear all the time. Especially if you're talking about, say, things like trans rights. You're denying my right to exist or something to that effect because you don't want me to participate in female sports despite the fact that I still have biologically male advantages. You're denying my right to exist or whatever. I've literally, so the real reason that nobody would ever want to say that is because nobody really thinks that, with the exception of actual, blatant, real racists, which make up a very tiny minority. But it's kind of chilling to listen to her just say free speech does not apply in the classroom, and to try to quote the Supreme Court to suggest that that's the case. And, and you are not allowed to say that. Stop talking right now. Can you imagine being told that, in an education situation?
if they do, I mean, that's a whole other world of issues. But I think framing it this way has really helped my students see this. And I haven't had an issue this semester, right? I've had 2 students who have been talking about their stakeholders, and their stakeholders make these kinds of claims. They've had an issue clarifying that it's their stakeholder making these claims. But it's hey, we need to talk about this, right? You need to make sure that you identify this as your stakeholder's view, and let's kind of work through how this works with the issue. But none of my students have pushed back against any of this semester. And none of them have been openly racist. None of them have even been covertly racist this semester, which is refreshing and odd.
It's interesting that she says that it's odd that none of her students were overtly racist, but I have a theory as to probably why it happened didn't happen, is that there really actually isn't a whole lot of overtly racist people on her campus in the first place.
But what I want to really focus on about the kind of entertaining this racist argument is I think that there is sometimes when we come into Unit 2, which is based on rhetorical listening, there's a misunderstanding that it's rooted in radical hospitality, which is every opinion matters. And if someone has a differing point of view, you ought to sit down and listen to it. But that is not what Unit 2 is about. And this is where you have to take into account that you're not talking to a monolith. Our students are not one kind of student. And I think a lot of times we see this unit as an opportunity to get our students who have been closed off to marginalized voices or marginalized experiences to open up and listen and start to think about the stake that other people have in these issues that are theoretical for them, but very like physical and real and material for others. But we also have marginalized students. 35% of our students, in fact, are. And we might have students that come into the classroom and they come in and they strongly believe in a specific, say, like part of the Black Lives Matter movement. I've had a student actually do this. When we started out Unit 2, I asked, what's something that you're very passionate about, that you have a strong opinion on? One of my students, one of my Black students, actually, she said, Black Lives Matter. I said, that is not an issue that I would take up. That's not an argument. It's a fact, right? Black Lives Matter. You are not obligated to entertain or listen to an argument that is trying to tell you that your real experiences are not real because the person making the argument has never experienced them.
So there's a few things about that piece that I want to point out. One of which is her suggestion that, actually, no, not all opinions are valid. She brings up a student that talks about Black Lives Matter, which kind of points to the word game that Black Lives Matter is in the first place, just like the Patriot Act or anti-fascist. There are plenty of people, that don't agree with what Black Lives Matter, the organization, is doing, who still believe that Black Lives Matter. And you're put in a situation where you either just go along with it, otherwise you were suggesting that you therefore don't believe that Black Lives Matter. So for example, I believe Black Lives Matter absolutely, along with all other Homo sapiens. I do not agree with burning down businesses of innocent people who had nothing to do with your issue. I do not believe in violence. I do not believe in threatening people or coercion to try to achieve political gains. But, those are the nuances about the Black Lives Matter issue that are a debate, and she's just basically suggesting that that's not a debate, it's a fact. That's already settled. The issue of whether or not black people matter, yeah, that's settled. Whether or not Black Lives Matter, the organization, is actually going about, improving the lives of people of color, that is actually up to debate. I have a funny feeling, though, that she would never allow such debates to take place in her class. Another frame that you're going to hear quite a bit in here is the suggestion that, you don't get to talk about that if you have no stake in it. Like, that's how this particular teacher actually, tries to defuse a lot of these situations. Like, how does this affect you? And if it doesn't affect you, you just shouldn't talk about it.
So I like to come back. Kelly had that great Baldwin quote that we can disagree and still love each other unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity. So this is really key and important as we're bringing in that Unit 2 and 1113 in particular, that we are not asking our marginalized students to listen to arguments that come from a cultural logic of white supremacy. And if a student does pick something, it is our job as their instructor to get into the messiness of it and say, let's talk about how, like, maybe you're not obligated to listen to that argument.
So this is her saying to her students, if they're persons of color, let's talk about how maybe you're not obligated to listen to that argument, as in you can just completely discount it altogether without even considering it. She's going to go on and elaborate on that.
Is it of use? Is it denying humanity in any way? Is the person making the argument, do they have the same stake in the issue as you have it, right?
So this is the classic, you can't talk about racism because you're white. You can't talk about sexism because you're male. That's the whole issue of, do you have the same stake in it? And it's fallacious to suggest that somebody should not be able to challenge a concept just because it may not directly affect them. Certainly somebody who is black, for example, who has encountered racism, would have a different perspective, but that doesn't suddenly give them a license to say things that are just irrational. And that's, I think, at the core of what the problem is here is that they just want to be able to censor anybody who's white, or any black person who's been afflicted with the parasitic condition of whiteness. If you don't even have to consider the opinion of somebody who does not fall into this, certain category of person, and you're free to make any argument you want. And if they disagree with you, you don't even have to listen to what they have to say because they're not on the approved list of people who are allowed to disagree with you.
So these are really important aspects to think about when you're teaching that. When we're teaching how to listen to differing points of view, it has to come with the caveat that it's not rooted in a white supremacist argument. And that is what rhetorical listening is all about.
Ah, but what's a white supremacist argument? That's the thing that continually changes and is amorphous and seems to have whatever purpose they need it to have in the moment.
It's all about thinking about how privilege and power are affecting that negotiation. And it's not just for our white students to think about how they're in privilege. It's to allow our marginalized students to say, this person is making an argument from a place of privilege. They haven't tried to understand my material reality right now. And so we couldn't even engage in the discussion. They haven't first listened to me or tried to hear where I'm coming from. So at that point, we kind of intervene and we can sway, right? We can help them find a topic that isn't one that they shouldn't take up because it is harmful or it is rooted in oppression in some way.
So they make this point about your material reality a lot. And it's another one of those things that only applies if your material reality is going along with the dialogue, basically that they have approved. So for example, if I point to my material reality as a poor white trash person, that's not going to be relevant to them, because that doesn't fit the narrative. But it also, when they talk about material reality and, just being able to flippantly say, I'm not going to listen to that argument, you have to remember that these are the same people that suggest that police shootings right now are an active genocide, despite the fact that only 259 people were killed by police in 2019 out of millions of police interactions. And of course, if you were to make that comment in one of these classrooms, I have a funny feeling that, you'd be one of those people who's violating the student's code of conduct, even though you're quoting actual correct statistics. Now, again, as I said in my video about police shootings, all deaths matter. However, the material reality of nobody in the United States is genocide. Nobody is experiencing genocide in the United States. Period. But if you're allowed to just kind of define your own material reality any way you want, and if only certain approved people are allowed to challenge it, even if you've said something completely irrational and illogical, what kind of learning environment are you creating at that point? Because people are just allowed to make propaganda into truth.
Calling it out is another way. If the setting the tone doesn't work and it still seeps in, call it out. Keep an eye on topics, right? Be sure that you're doing check-ins and you help students out. This can be in 11-13 when they do Unit 2. So in this case, I usually look for my students who might be entertaining the idea of listening to a problematic argument. Then I say, we don't have to listen to that. That's not an argument that you have to listen to. And then in 12-13, you want to check topics from the beginning to help them maybe steer them towards something different if they're getting into some problematic territory.
Uh-oh, somebody might even be entertaining the possibility of listening to a problematic argument. We got to steer them away from that.
Use reflection and rhetorical listening to move them into appropriate topics, right? So have them sit down with them and take the time to be like, so why is it that you want to take this argument? And what stake do you have in this argument? Why is this so important to you? Because a majority of the time when people are taking up an ism, right, an argument with racism or white supremacy at its base, if you have them sit and think about their stake as compared to others, it becomes really clear really fast that their stake is only, I want to argue and yell, right? They don't have a physical stake in it like the people who they're arguing against. So that's helpful to use rhetorical listening and talk about stakes. And then just use the curriculum and assignment goals. You can speak back to the curriculum all the time to help sway students. I don't know if you're going to have an effective paper, if this is what you're going to take up. How are you going to convince someone who literally has to be afraid when they get pulled over that this isn't a big issue? Like, do you think that that's an argument that can be made? So
This, I don't know if you're going to have an effective paper, is kind of like a teacher telling you, I don't think you're going to pass if you make that argument. And then the point of, well, how are you going to convince somebody who has to be afraid because they're being pulled over is another example of the overinflated perception of how often people get killed by police.
I want everyone to know that you are not going to be reprimanded by FYC if you are doing things to address racism in the classroom. In fact, we want you to make sure that you have an anti-racist classroom and that every one of your students feels safe. So if you have a student who is verbalizing and articulating hate speech, you can ask them to leave. You should ask them to leave. They have created a hostile environment in the classroom and they are no longer civilly participating. So you can say, you need to leave. That is not part of class decorum. It's stated in the syllabus. I don't think many people have problems with students being like hostily. Is that hostily? Can I say that? Did I just adverb something in the wrong way? But that are hostile about it. I think a lot of times it's when students are just it's rooted in a place of ignorance, not hate or violence. But there are times that they do, and it's fine to ask them to leave. If they do it from a place of ignorance, but it's still very problematic, call it out. Right? Let it be a reflection moment. Don't allow it to just go on or slip by, because you're also setting a tone for all your other students in the classroom and you're demonstrating to them. All your students need to know that you're an ally and you will create a safe space for them and you won't allow language that's been damaging to them. So it is fine to call it out.
So the issue of what is harm and what is safe, and what you're protecting them from is one that's kind of a point of contention that kind of deserves its own video. I actually discussed that a little bit with Paul Rossi. We didn't get a chance to talk about how the definition of what harm is keeps changing. But regardless, what this is about is that we need to be able to protect students from opposing opinions that we find problematic. What's problematic? Whatever we want it to be.
Whether it be emailing them later, doing it in the moment, but making sure that doesn't go on. You have to gauge on a case-by-case instance, right? What's most appropriate, but absolutely call it out. That helps your student learn and grow, because a lot of times they're not meaning to do it, they just don't know better. And then if you're worried about these things, that it's going to come up in your evals or that a student's going to complain to FYC, we know when an eval isn't you being hyper political, it was you being protective of all of your students and not allowing these things. So you do not need to worry about repercussions at any degree in the university if you are responding to a student who is using problematic language in the classroom. So don't ever be afraid or don't feel like you can't address it in a number of ways that you feel appropriate, anywhere from emailing the student or setting up a meeting to stopping it right there in the classroom, or even asking a student to leave if they're creating a hostile teaching or learning environment.
So she's assuring the teachers and the faculty, don't worry, you won't get in trouble, if you stifle any kind of speech that we don't find appropriate. And if there was actually KKK members who were students at the college standing up and saying overtly racist things, I could see why you would want them to stop. But at the same time, I keep coming back to this theme over and over again. I don't want to beat it like a dead horse, but what they define to be problematic speech it's just not rational 90% of the time.
I had a question when we were talking about rights. What rights do we abide by? It's not a right to I'll just go with pronouns, right? If a male to female transgender student prefers she and somebody wants to write an article or an essay about whether that is a hate speech to call them he or not, but it's not a right in the Constitution, it's not a right in the UN or something, but people are arguing that it should be a right. What do we do with those where the debate is still out there on whether something is a right or not?
Cue the awkward silence. Here it comes.
Yeah, that's a no one wants to hop in with that. I think we've actually had like a couple of things that have come up, especially because right now it's like pronouns are one, also like transgender athletes. That's a big argument that seems to be kind of swallowing things up right now. But I think that that's another one that if you want to have a student that seems to be kind of arguing that they should be able to just use the pronoun that they want and disregard what like a trans individual has like the pronouns that they prefer, I would again sit down with the student and kind of talk about, right? Like, what is your stake in this? Why would you argue? Like, how is someone's pronouns affecting you in a personal way, right? And then also, because that's not really a political, like, you can't vote on pronouns so much, right? So that's another way I would use, kind of like leading them in a different direction to say, this is definitely a debatable topic, but like, what is your end goal here? Just to like be able to disregard people's pronoun preference. And so I would use kind of a discussion with the student to ask them like what your end goal is. Because sometimes it's like they're just engaging with it to like it's fodder when it's not fodder for other people. It's their actual like identity, you know? So I would sit again and have like a conversation and be kind with the student about it, but like help kind of lead them.
I'm not so kind.
Yeah, Kelly's like, nope.
No, like if they're writing to and their goal is like, oh, I should be able to use whatever pronouns I deem acceptable for this person, despite how they identify, then they are invalidating that person's humanity and their existence, and that's not acceptable. So I tell them that I'm like, this is what this is doing. You need to pick something else because you're not doing that.
So the student asks about something that is still in debate, and the redheaded teacher basically, kind of gives a, more of a, I'm going to manipulate them out of having that position argument. And then the teacher with the glasses, is like, well, I'm not so kind. No, you're wrong. You can't do that. You can't say that. You better pick something else, which basically just has the weight of, or you're going to fail. So you have to embrace this established reality that other people have, that is still in debate, because it suits the whims of that professor. So that basically brings us to the end of the parts of this video that I thought were extremely relevant. But I want you to consider, you may even have to rewatch this a couple times to get all of the nuances of it. That what we're looking at here is that this is essentially a systemic attempt to, deeply root their ideology into every aspect of education, to have a strategy involved with how to handle any kind of dissent, in a kind of a draconian way, of no, you're not allowed to have that opinion, and if you try to have that opinion, then we're going to report you. This is the circumstances in which we're supposed to be helping people to grow and, to become their own people. And unfortunately, that's just not really, it's not their priority. Their priority is, no, we need these people here to indoctrinate them. And if you don't obey, then you're not going to pass. So, think pretty hard about this and look for these kinds of things as they crop up, because again, this video was not meant for public consumption. I don't think any of them ever expected that people would have had this video outside of their university. And you'll see how like the people are blotted out, like they don't want their identity released because they were part of this. That's another example of what I mean. So anyway, I have more work to do on this. I'm actually probably going to work next on this video of somebody reading a children's book that is part of CRT in schools at the elementary level, and I'll probably actually do that today because it's not a very long video. Thank you for tuning in. Please like and subscribe and share. I'm definitely getting throttled. Like, I noticed that I went from like 3,000 to 4,000 views, and then I did the documentary about comparing the riots on January 6th.
Get the merch link in the description section, and more than ever, the sentiment of making men men again and strong men in our country, we need it. So if you support that, get the shirt. The link is in the bio. Like and subscribe to the so you can get notifications anytime your boy make these fire videos. Y'all know what it is. I don't have to say too much more of that. Let's get into this. Ladies and gentlemen. And now I think that this person was trolling. I think that this group is probably a troll. Like, people on the right troll people on the left all the time and make them flip out and cry and get all weird on the inside. I think this San Francisco gay men's choir is literally trolling. At least I hope that they're trolling. Matter of fact, it doesn't matter if they're trolling or not. The sentiment of forcing an agenda like this on children, even insinuating, even joking about forcing children to convert and all this other stuff, is completely unacceptable. Now, they've made videos. I think they did a thing about vaccines, and they all offbeat and looking wacky in 3 left shoes. But this right here is triggering a lot of people around the country, and I understand why. Because this is absolutely unacceptable. There is nothing funny about propagating this type of a behavior to young children. And specifically, this person mentioned children. Now, you don't have to listen to me. Don't believe B. Tatum. I'm going to let you hear it from the horse's mouth. I want to call him a donkey, but, I'm trying to be a Christian. Roll the film.
Still working against equal rights? We have a message for you.
You think that we'll corrupt your kids if our agenda goes unchecked?
Yeah.
Funny, just this once, you're correct. We'll convert your children. Happens bit by bit, quietly and subtly, and you will barely notice it.
I'm hoping that they trolling. But is there truth to what he's saying? Yes. Bit by bit, you'll barely notice it. I'm gonna let you play. I'm gonna let you hear the rest of it. That plus the singing of the song. Everybody should get banned from social media. They'll ban you on social media if you have an opinion about something. They are literally talking about. I'm trying not to say it because they're gonna kick me off of here, but they're literally. This is a crime. This will technically, what he's saying, if they were to accomplish this or do this, it will be a crime. It'll be a felony crime to do what they're talking about. But they don't get suppressed. They don't get shadow banned, nothing. I'm telling you, man, I've had enough of this. Let it play.
Just like you worried, they'll change their group of friends. You won't approve of where they go at night to protests. And you'll be disgusted when they start finding things online that you've kept far from their sight, like information. Guess what? You'll still be alright. We'll convert your children.
I can barely listen to that. I want to give knuckle sandwiches to both of these dudes. I want to give them knuckle sandwiches and my pillow specials. I can't I can't stand it. I try to just be fair and say, man, God created everybody, and there's some dudes in this world that God created that are soft. They just soft. Their wrist is limp. They can't control it. They just soft. They'll never fight in a war. If you see them in the streets, they probably cry and pee their pants in the face of conflict. They'll never have a family. They cannot protect anybody. They can't even protect stuffed animals. So I try to say, God, I know that everybody can't be beast mode like Brandon Tatum, okay? But my God, it's so pitiful that there are men in this world that are this soft. It doesn't matter who you sleep with. You ain't got to be this soft. I'm going to let it play.
And yes, we will. Reaching one and all.
So to those of
All
you
right, let's
out
go
there
to the
who
choir.
We're coming for them. We're coming for your children. We're coming for them. We're coming for your children.
How is this not pedophilia? I mean, insinuating that they're coming for our children. No. They're not coming for our children for anything else, but sexualization. They're coming for your children, pushing sexualization and conversion to trans and all this other stuff. That is sexually manipulating children. And I know this ain't gonna get monetized, so y'all need to go get some of these shirts or whatever. But how, even in jest, even if they're joking, which I'm after watching this again, I don't know if they're joking. I'm starting to think that they telling you what they trying to do. You can't, children. Now they can. It's crazy to me, boy. I swear.
Your children will care about fairness and justice for others. Your children will work to convert all their sisters and brothers. Then soon we're almost certain your kids will start converting.
All y'all going to hell. All y'all going to hell. All y'all going to hell. It's just my opinion. If there's a way to go to hell, and I'm not, and I'm not trying to play guy. I don't know where they going. I hope they all repent. But if there's a way to go to hell, and you had to roll a dice and say, "B. Tater, make a guess. How do you end up in hell like this? This how you end up going to hell and stuff. That dark, deep place where after you gone, that you got to pay for the things that you do. Trying to sexualize children is a one-way ticket to hell with gasoline draws on. And I don't want to hear nothing else because everybody want to be nice. Everybody want to kiss other people's. I ain't kissing yo when you talking about the kids like this. It ain't cool. It's not normal. It's not funny. It's not in jest. It's not we're joking. You know what?
You're not a dish. You're a man. Most name brand bars and body wash.
So Dan, she says it's a false choice that you don't have to hurt the police when you defund them.
Okay, listen, liberals they're full of dumb ideas, okay? We get that. I mean, when you think, even just in the past week, so Joe Biden, he canceled the Keystone Pipeline, so they dumped a bunch of energy jobs here while simultaneously building out the Russian pipeline to make Putin richer. They also want to teach us to remedy past discrimination by teaching kids now to discriminate. So liberals are full of dumb ideas. But having said that, the defund the police movement, I'm not kidding, was triaging the dumb ideas, was the single dumbest idea they have ever had. And you can tell they know it because they're trying to now blame Republicans for it, which is hilarious. Like, you have to be a dunce with a dunce cap sitting in the corner to actually believe. But a couple things here. They realized they made a mistake because now going forward, Pete, they put themselves in a box. They're pushing a bill right now. This AFFH program, Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing, what does that have to do with defunding the police? It will literally rip money away from localities if you don't put Section 8 type housing in the suburbs that will actually defund the police. They're pushing that right now while claiming the Republicans are doing this. And I confronted my guest last week about Unfiltered. How do you support that and then claim the Republicans are defunding the police? But this is going to be a disaster for them in the midterms because public safety is the one issue, guys, that hits you at the kitchen table. You can argue all you want about tax rates, but God forbid your kid gets mugged or your car gets broken into, that issue becomes personal. It bleeds for you right there, and they know they're in trouble.
And the numbers back you up on this. Here's the percentage of people who support the idea of deploying more police officers into the streets. It's 77%. 70% of people support increasing police department budgets. You know, the 2020 election, Dan, was so much about personalities. It was so much, honestly, about President Donald Trump. And what that covers up is that the ideas, as you point out, not just defund the police, I would contend, but many, many more ideas are incredibly unpopular. The ideas that the left has been championing. You point to 2022, what's coming ahead. You know, I think sometimes we worry about our culture and our country, and we should. It may be that there's a ray of hope, that there's some positive insight here, that the public does not want these ideas that did not get a sufficient hearing in the past couple of years.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing about, you know, with liberal issues versus conservative issues. Some of them you see everyday kitchen table voters who, you know, they can't get lost in the wonkery. They have, you know, they have to go to work. They have to go to their kids' soccer games. If the tax rates go up a few, you know, points here or there, yeah, maybe it affects them. Maybe it doesn't. They'll catch their accountant at the end of the year. You know, they're paying it every week in a check. They barely see it's direct deposited. But that's not the case with this issue. When it comes to crime, it happens in front of you, in your face. Yeah. Everybody. That's why coronavirus, guys, honestly, was such a big issue. Right. Everybody knew someone who had it. That's the problem with crime. And I lived through it in New York City when Rudy Giuliani, in a major upset, won the mayorship twice because crime was hitting people in their own homes. They can't run from this.
You're so right, Dan. In New York, I swear, the city is just so different over the last 6-7 years. The whole place smells like, I'm sorry, it smells like urine and pot, and there's, you know, there's crime everywhere. It's just disgusting.
No, don't be sorry.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
true.
I hate saying it. I'm here, but
and it's gross.
Yeah,
it's disgusting.
It's gross.
It's the greatest city on earth.
Yeah,
they should treat it as such, and they don't.
Yeah. So really quick, I want to get to this because this is another kitchen table issue, which is jobs. And I've been watching your show. I've been loving it. You talked about this issue, and I think you hit the nail on the head. And that is that a lot of people are getting paid right now by our government not to go to work. Businesses are hurt. Wherever you go, the service is bad. People can't find enough people to work. And yet there's all these job openings. I want to just, I don't want to talk about how stupid the policy is. I want to talk about, or have you talk about, what is it doing to our culture, to the work ethic in this country?
Yeah, I mean, that matters. I did. I opened up with my show Unfiltered last week talking about exactly this.
Yeah.
You know, guys, and on a very serious note, and, you know, we laugh a lot on this, and, we laugh and we have emotional issues we talk, but this is serious. It's not just that paying people not to work is not compassionate, okay? That it's not. It's outright evil. You know, it's the difference between malfeasance and misfeasance, right? Like, you see someone fall on a sidewalk, you don't help them up, you know, it's misfeasance, you didn't do anything. Malfeasance is when you walk by and you punch them in the face as they try to get up. There are different levels of depravity there. What does that mean in regards to this, Rachel? I'm glad you brought this up. When you rob people of the dignity of a job by incentivizing them and paying them to stay home, not all will, but a lot will. People aren't stupid. Some people are rational maximizers. I can make more staying home, so I will. You rob them of everything. The experience of socializing with other human beings.
To continue kind of tilting it forward. And as long as the insides of the bricks are touching nice and snug, it's impossible for it to fall in, right? So we'll go ahead, we have all these old fire brick here. We'll use these on the bottom parts here. And so you want to put the good side, the nice clean side, on facing the inside, right? So you'll just take that. And it's okay if the outside is all rough because we'll be covering all this with our insulation layer, you know? And it's not ideal that this is higher, but it'll be okay. Okay, so that's it.
Are you gonna squish them down all the way?
You squish them down, and when you push them down, you push it this way. You don't push it this way. You push it this way. So you push it like that way, and you try to get this to be touching that brick right there. All right, so we can go ahead and continue. Maybe we can get a station of people standing on that side. And then we can kind of meet in the middle. Okay.
So somebody could hand out the bricks from there. Bam.
So you gotta put the...
The clay slip is there first. Yeah, go ahead and put your mortar down first.
It looks like the slip is already dried.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. You put that down first. Okay.
Doesn't need to be perfect. So it doesn't have to be that much. It can be less than that. And there's, you guys need a bucket of slip over there too. So we can put this slip right here. If there's another bucket, I only brought a few. I should have brought more buckets. If there's any empty, there's a bucket there. I wonder if we can use that second that's not being used at all. If we can use that for a plate bucket.
You gotta, oh, it is getting covered up. You gotta measure it with the string.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's dip these bricks and slip before you put them in.
Oh, okay.
So let's take this, we'll dip it in the slip.
Dip it in the brick juice.
And then,
Brick juice.
and then you'll kind of just embed it in there good. And then, not very tight, huh?
So what do you wash your hands off with mud? Like, what's the basic water? Anything?
Yeah, good. Yeah, so there's some water right here. Brick juice if you need to clean your hands off, you can dip your hands in water to wash off your hands.
See, there you go. Good way to get mud off your hands, people.
Yeah, just sand and dirt.
Mud and water. No, this is cool, bro.
Right?
This is.
We already made the foundation, which was we did fire rocks or volcanic rocks on the inside, and then a layer of bricks, and then the cob on that along the outside, which is like natural cement, and then this is temporary for the archway. This is actually an arch of bricks covered in more cob, and this will come out and be the opening at some point. And I got a chimney here. So
okay,
I just gotta build the dome and then cover the dome, and then we'll be done after that.
Yeah, we're gonna insulate it. So tomorrow we're gonna insulate the oven.
So we gotta let it dry for a day.
Let it dry. Yeah, we're gonna let it dry for a day, and then tomorrow we're gonna come and insulate it and do whatever kind of decorative sculpture. Hey, yeah, hold on a second.
You gotta make the flat ones on the inside.
And so we're gonna. It's actually pretty important where I know you know how to do this already, but it's actually kind of important on how you do it. Yeah.
All right, we'll check back in with the dome.
So the way, so these.
This video is brought to you by The Officer Tatum Store. The Officer Tatum Store. Get the merch link in the description section. Like and subscribe to the channel so you can get good content from your boy B Tatum. Y'all know I keep it 100 all the time, every day, 24 hours a day. I don't know how to do it any other way. I love you guys. Thank you for all the support you've given me, but make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe if you don't know who I am or it's your first time on the channel or whatever the case may be. Without further ado, let's get into this. Ladies and gentlemen, Judge Joe Brown. My God. I tell you what, it is a rarity when people keep it 100. I mean, I literally wanted to cry when I watched this video because I only watched like the first 30 seconds of this video. And I said, I got to make a video about this. Judge Joe Brown goes int. He goes int. People are afraid to tell the truth. And finally, there's people out here like Judge Joe Brown that's willing to say what everybody's thinking, and not saying that you can agree with everything he says, but at least he's keeping it 100. Now, Mark Lamont Hill been taking L's. I think he's been taking L's for years, but in the last couple months, Mark Lamont Hill has been taking L dogs. I don't know why they still have him trying to talk to people on the show because he's taking L dogs. Now, I'm gonna let y'all listen to this because Judge Joe Brown blew my mind at his brutal honesty about, what happened with the women that accused Jolo Pudding, and all of that. So Bill Cosby, obviously y'all know the story of Bill Cosby, but he's gonna keep it real about the other side of it. Bill may be a nasty dude tricking women into certain stuff, but there's more.
He also has to be accountable for what he represents and for
acts of and for
predator-like behavior.
What about these women being accountable for their own behavior? They were groupies. Well, sex, drugs, rock and roll, sex, drugs, rap, sex, drugs, baseball, football, basketball, movies, television. See.
Yeah, but right now I'm talking about Bill Cosby. I'm saying
we forgot what that term meant. Sex, drugs, rock and roll.
It's gonna get better, but I want to have a discussion with you guys about this in the comment section. Let me know: is Judge Joe Brown tripping, or is he keeping it 100?
Bimbos come to the party, they hang out, they get drunk, they snort lines of blow, and they have a good time. They use the hall closets to give head, the bathrooms to get down, and you go in to get your coat off of the bed, and they're laying on top of it doing somebody. See, that's what that's about.
But is he lying, though? Is he lying, though? I'm just keeping it 100. I was in college before, and I was a college athlete, and he ain't lying. Women show up to some of these things with one thing on their mind, and partying and drugs and doing other stuff is exactly what they want to do. Whether they regret it in the morning is another story. But I've seen it with my own eyes. Women showing up, going in there with a superstar, and it was so bad that dudes that didn't even play football used to say that they were certain football players because you can't tell they got helmets on. And women would do anything with these guys. It's the brutal truth. Let me let him finish.
So,
yeah,
but
Judge, it has to be consensual, though.
30, 40, 50 years after something was in big time style. When this stuff started out, the sexual revolution was going on. And a lot of women got into it deeply.
Okay, but so there's two things you raised. But first, let's talk about Bill Cosby. We can talk about the women, but let's talk about Bill Cosby. Let's talk about Bill Cosby for a second, because that's the person we're talking about. My question was, is there room to what did he do? Well, according to the deposition, he gave women pills, and in one deposition, he specifically said he didn't know whether.
Force it down their throat,
let me finish.
He didn't take advantage of them. Look at that interview Whoopi Goldberg did with that model Johnson. Whoopi got all so wait a minute. You're trying to tell me that
hold on, Judge. Let me ask the question.
He found out you were high. He called a cab, took the elevator down with you, put you in the cab, paid your fare, tipped the man, and sent you home because you were high. So what did he do?
So in one deposition, so Judge, in one deposition specifically, when he was asked the question, was he sure that the woman was sober enough to consent? He said, "I don't know." But there's a bigger question here: is if someone willingly takes pills and becomes high and drunk, can they legally consent?
Good question. Good question. Somebody take drugs and they're high or drunk, can they consent? Now, I want Judge Joe Brown to talk about this, and I'm going to give my opinion about it. Y'all know I have to break it up or they're going to copyright me, so I got to talk in the middle of some of this. But I want to hear Judge Joe Brown's explanation to this, because I think I know what he's going to say.
Sometimes you can. Used to be you could. They had a change in there back 25 years ago when they were saying, no, you can't. But before that, basically, you could. That's why they told you.
But we're talking about the law. So then, Judge, again, since you're saying we should appeal to the law, if the law says that you can't be
intoxication where you did something to them they didn't consent to. See, that's when that law started changing from you got yourself drunk, you're responsible to know the bartender's responsible because he lets you get drunk. That's
So let me explain that. So he said the law has changed. You used to have responsibility for your actions, meaning that you knowingly got inebriated and things happen to you, vicariously your responsibility lies on your own personal decision making. Also the same thing with bars. You know, if you get plastered, it's not the bartender's job to serve you or not. You the one that keep asking for the drinks. They just here to serve you. Now they make it a law where the bartender can be held accountable if they overserve you. So it used to be you were held accountable for your own actions, and now it's more of a liability on other people's part. Not saying it's right or wrong, but the law did change. So if Bill Cosby is involved in something that was legal, whether morally you agree with it or not. I mean, the firing squad in America is still legal in certain places, but it was more prevalent. Hanging people was a form of punishment in this country, and that don't make it right. But at the time, you cannot apply standards today back then and then hold somebody accountable to it. Just like drinking and driving. There was a point in time in our history drinking and driving wasn't against the law. Also, wearing a seatbelt wasn't against the law. So you can't say a person is not wearing a seatbelt, then and they should be held accountable for the laws today. It's not the way it works. Let me let them finish the discussion because I really want to get into depth about this because I think it's important.
When that change
Bill Cosby's admitting to giving women alcohol and pills for the purpose of having sex, and if by the law you can't consent if you're drunk or high.
You go out to dinner or you have a party or something. So
yeah,
does
but that's
make
not the same.
taken
That's irrelevant,
advantage
Judge.
of because they do something they would have done anyway? A whole lot of them I knew back in the years would
that's
take
sexual
drugs,
assault, Judge.
particularly Quaaludes. They did that a lot. I had a lot of female clients I had to get out of messes because they had a fondness for Quaaludes. It's not cool,
Yeah, but it's
I mean,
okay to take.
don't you bear any.
Okay, so they talk over each other a lot. You can watch the rest of this video. We'll probably put it up on the YouTube channel. But the gist of what's going on is a logical response, in my opinion, a logical response to argue how in the world did Bill Cosby get off of what he did, or why is Bill Cosby not being demonized the way Mark Lamont Hill and these soft modern day black folks are trying to make him out to be. I don't think it's in any way it's cool to drug people and trick them into doing stuff. It's not cool. I don't think it's cool then or now. However, people need to stop lying and be honest about what's happening. Just the same way with them dirty dudes in the entertainment business. You go to a man's hotel room at 1 o'clock in the morning for a business meeting, and you know he nasty and creepy. He look creepy. What's that? Weinstein looked like a dirty fingernail creepy, nasty dude that's flirting with younger women. I can look at him on a tape and see that that's what he's probably up to. And if you decide, and I'm not saying he's right, he deserved to go to jail. But what I'm saying is that you made the decision as well for you to go up in the man's room at 1 o'clock in the morning with a creepy old man that's twice your age to do what? And then you find it interesting that he want to do more than just talk to you about business. We got to hold both people accountable. The dumb McDum-Dum is a nasty, dirty man. And there's laws that are against being a nasty, dirty person and doing things to people that are against the law. And then also women, the women who are involved in this, you know better. You know when you went in the hotel that you know what was on his mind. You wasn't born yesterday. You know, you do it for free all the time. And now, you know, you get yourself in a situation where you do it to make some money. And then you get caught or you disagree with it, you don't like it, you don't want to continue, you hate your reputation, you hate you went down that path. That's on you. You got to take some responsibility for that. Just like like Donald Trump on the airplane thing. He said he grabbed him by the you-know-what, and they let him. He wasn't talking about normal women, like the women that are probably watching this. He wasn't talking about normal women. Like my wife or somebody just so happened to be on Donald Trump's airplane and he does that. He's not talking about that. And everybody that want to be intellectually honest, he's talking about groupies. He's talking about these slutty women that do things and sell themselves to get power, to get fame, to get close to people with money. If you don't think that people are doing this, you need to wake up. All you got to do is look in Chris Brown's DMs and you will see that there is women out here that will do anything. I've had women online send some pictures, and I'm like, lady, first of all, you should be ashamed of yourself. And then second of all, you should be ashamed that you sent that to me. But they don't care. People don't care. There's people that are groupies They go to clubs. They get drunk. They know that Bill Cosby giving Quaaludes at his house. It ain't like it's somehow mysterious. Everybody knows these things. And I'm not saying that he didn't take advantage of some of these people. However, you have a responsibility. People need to stop passing blame on one side because one person has been victimized. Meaning that if a woman has been victimized, that you can't say that there's any responsibility or any way to improve or teach other women not to do this in the future. It's the way it is, man. Like, nobody want to have this honest conversation, but B. Tatum will. And I'll say this. People say women should be able to dress how they want to dress and act like they want to do. You have every right to do whatever you want to do. However, do you want to be susceptible to predators? That's the question. I should be able to wear a gold chain and go down in the back alley somewhere because I'm living America. I'm free. Well, you go down an alley, a dark alley with a gold chain on, somebody gonna jank your chain. They're gonna take your chain and they're gonna beat you up and rob you. Is it fair? No, it's not. But do you want to be a target or do you not want to be a target? And if you are a target, then you better make sure you're strapped. And if you're a woman and you want to dress a certain way, you want to go to a party and get slammed, you want to get too many White Claws, you better have a protection plan because predators are there looking for women like you that are crazy drunk, and they're going to find you and they're going to take advantage of you. Is it fair? No, it's not. But don't be susceptible to the predators. Don't become prey. If you want to dress all flamboyant, you know people are going to come after you. Men with bad intentions are going to come try to date you and talk to you and treat you a certain way. Now, if you're okay with that, then dress how you want to dress. Present yourself how you want to. But if you don't want people treating you a certain way, then you need to present yourself a certain way. That goes not only for women, it goes for men. It not only goes for dating, not only goes for the club scene, it goes from in your professional life. You want people to take you seriously, you need to present yourself as a serious person. You know, you don't want to end up waking up in the morning forgetting what you did last night or waking up in the morning knowing you did something but you don't remember it. Then when you go to the party, when you go to a club, don't get plastered. And then don't take drinks from people you don't know. That will limit your chance by 95 to 99% of you becoming a victim if you don't take drinks from people you don't know and you don't get plastered. Matter of fact, if you go and you don't drink, you have no chance. You have almost no chance of being inebriated where somebody can take advantage of you. You have almost no chance. And then if you do go and you want to get slammed drunk, then get you some friends, some teammates. Get you some friends that ain't gonna let you go off in the room with Johnny John. They gonna protect you. When I was in college, there was women that had their friends. They get a friend get hammered. These predators are coming in for the kill. Hey baby, what you doing? Hey baby, and they like, oh, get off her. No, y'all need to move around. She good. She ain't talking to none of y'all tonight. Have some friends like that. Because when you don't, you end up in bad situations. The moral of the story is that I like that Judge Joe Brown told the exact truth and gave another perspective about women who are groupies and doing all this stuff. They're not just innocent single moms that are out here trying to find real love. You know, it's a bunch of this shenanigans that go on. All you got to do is listen to rap music. All you got to do is watch how people treat celebrities. Look in the comment section of any celebrity that you know that's a man. I mean, women are just throwing themselves. So I like that he was telling the truth. I think Mark Lamont Hill took another L on his own show, and that we need to have an honest conversation about these things when we do talk about them. If you're a dirty dog, you need to go to jail. And if you are participating in this, then I don't feel sorry for you. I don't. I really don't. You made a decision to do that and mess with a dude that's a dirty dog. And I don't feel sorry for you. However, a person that's doing something nefarious to somebody need to go to jail. And that's the end of it. Anyway, comment in the comment section. I could talk about this for 3 or 4 more hours because this is something that burns inside of me as a man, is that I wish that people would just be honest about their affairs. Again, not saying that Bill Cosby was innocent or not. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. But you get the point. So I love you guys. I appreciate all the support that you guys have supported me. Make sure if you're interested, you want more content, you want unique content, you want to be a part of an even bigger community within the Tatum Squad arena, go to TatumSquad.com and join the community. It's on Discord. It's fire. That's all I'm going to say. It's fire. If you're interested, go ahead and join. I love you guys. I'll see you on the next one. I'm out.
expected months and months ago based on some of the things that he said. Like, he must get constantly reported. It's actually strange that they didn't, because usually Twitter is really has a trigger finger when it comes to banning people. They've taken down some of my tweets before that were totally innocuous. And Jack Dorsey is clearly not a fan of the concept of free expression, although he continues to talk about it. And by the way, this is a total coincidence, but this is less than 24 hours after the ADL puts out their hit piece about Nick Fuentes. So ADL puts out the hit piece a few hours later. Nick's no longer on Twitter.
Hard lines.
Totally coincidental. Absolutely. And by the way,
it just fits in those like little folds of
it isn't because of a flagging rate or something. Because anyone that's a reader of the ADL already thinks Nick Fuentes is like, next Goebbels or something, so they would have already been headhunting after him. This is clearly they contacted Twitter. And the ADL basically exists just to grift anyway. The only reason that they exist is to make propagandist posts, stink pieces about people in order to make more money. See, there's really no fundamental problem with hate in the United States. It's not actually a hateful country. By and large, the West, and the West is most of the internet, by and large is not filled with people that have even particularly out there beliefs that people would consider.
And a Manscaped Lawnmower 4.0
works perfectly. I'm definitely going to be using this maybe twice a week during the summer.
Fellas, it's time to get back in the game. Shop now at manscaped.com.
Your balls? Well, thank you.
Biden playing defense as the potential for disaster looms in Afghanistan. The Taliban already gaining momentum as U.S. troop withdrawal is more than 90% complete. President Biden addressing his plan earlier and getting nasty when pressed by reporters.
Is a Taliban takeover of Afghanistan now inevitable?
No, it is not. Because you have the Afghan troops have 300,000 well-equipped, as well-equipped as any army in the world.
Do you trust the Taliban, sir?
Is that a serious question?
It's
a silly question. Do I trust the Taliban? No. But I trust the capacity of the Afghan military, who is better trained, better equipped, and more competent in terms of conducting war.
Will the United States be responsible for the loss of Afghan civilian lives that could happen after the military exit?
Has a trigger finger when it comes to banning people. They've taken down some of my tweets before that were totally innocuous. And Jack Dorsey is clearly not a fan of the concept of free expression, although he continues to talk about it. And by the way, this is a total coincidence, but this is less than 24 hours after the ADL puts out their hit piece about Nick Fuentes. So ADL puts out the hit piece a few hours later. Nick's no longer on Twitter. Totally coincidental. Absolutely. And by the way, it isn't because of a flagging raid or something. Because anyone that's a reader of the ADL already thinks Nick Fuentes is like, the next Goebbels or something. So they would have already been headhunting after him. This is clearly they contacted Twitter. And the ADL basically exists just to grift anyway. The only reason that they exist is to make propagandist posts, stink pieces about people in order to make more money. See, there's really no fundamental problem with hate in the United States. It's not actually a hateful country. By and large, the West, and the West is, most of the internet, by and large is not filled with people that have even particularly out there beliefs that people would consider particularly bad. And so the ADL and like the Sharptons of the world, the SPLCs, they have to grift constantly and make problems where they don't really exist. And so they have to keep expanding the definition of racism. Any satire that's edgy, they've started going after comedy almost exclusively. They're constantly bitching about Crowder, for example. Now, first and foremost, links down below and a pinned comment if you're watching this on YouTube. Keep in mind, Big Tech constantly bans people. If you're not following me on one of those 4 sites, especially the 3 that are new tech, then you're not getting all of the videos that I make every day. Also, I'm on Twitter. I just shitpost there by and large at this point. I don't even bother sharing my videos out because nobody gets notified anyway. It's a great place to satirize like Beijing Biden and Bernie Sanders and stuff. I would think, and this is something I've said before, when you have a site like Twitter that platforms USGS alerts, weather alerts, government figures that are taxpayer funded and so forth, is it not a breach of equal protection under the law since you can communicate with interact with that content that again is in part taxpayer funded? When those are platformed by a supposedly private platform, is it not a violation of U.S. citizens' fundamental equal rights to get banned and not be able to participate with that material? The same would be true for a Facebook page, let's say the White House YouTube page or something. These are things, the people that are actually managing those accounts are taxpayer funded, in part or in whole. The services are taxpayer funded. Nick Fuentes, for example, is a proportion of the money that he has to pay in taxes when he does his streams or when he does a one-off video, when someone donates crypto to him or something, he pays taxes. A proportion of that goes towards paying public officials that now he can't interact with anymore. Have his constitutional rights not been violated, is what I would, not even beyond the First Amendment. Yeah, there's the right to free speech, the free press. Of course, blogging and vlogging is an activity of the press explicitly. But even beyond that, equal protection, which is something that the leftoids constantly ran about. They think it's a violation of equal protection to have a voter ID law. So keeping that in mind, their almost worshipful reverence for this, why is it that the same left not only ignores it completely with regards to this, despite the fact, again, that taxpayer money is involved with managing some of these handles and accounts and so forth, but literally encourages multi-billionaires like Jack Dorsey to pick and choose who can be part of the public square. It is the de facto public square, not just Twitter, but the big tech sites in general. What sites hasn't he been banned from at this point? I think he got banned off YouTube, if I remember correctly. I think. He does like D-Live and shit mostly. I think he got banned off Twitch, if I remember correctly. Although I don't really follow Twitch streaming and anything like that, so he might still be there. Facebook, I'm pretty sure, but Zuckerberg's banned everyone who's not a boomer, so that's not even, it doesn't even matter anymore. We don't even need to talk about that. The only thing Zuckerberg owns that's of use anymore is Instagram, and Instagram's basically just people taking lewd photos of themselves but being too cheap to make an OnlyFans. Where hasn't he been banned from? In the modern public square that is essentially tech-related. How are his rights not being violated if he's not able to interact with taxpayer-funded content? Because once you're banned off Twitter, you're not supposed to make a new account. Now, people do. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a couple of burners anyway, registered under a different phone number and so forth, just for the purposes of shitposting or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised. But it still violates his rights. We've got an active lawsuit right now against big tech with regards to Florida, a class action that Trump just climbed aboard the other day, because they've got a law now where they're going to go after the big tech sites for deplatforming or censoring public figures. Of course, Trump, having been president at the time, was banned off several large platforms, so he would be part of that class action suit. The court won't be able to find no standing, considering the nature of the lawsuit. I don't think that they'll rule in favor of the plaintiffs, but it'll be an interesting legal case. And again, it's like the pebble that causes the rock slide. It's like the straw that breaks the camel's back. At some point, I think there's a backlash against this censorship, but we're still in the dark ages right now. People are beginning to wake up. But the problem is, what happens is that in the lead up to things like this, you have extensive character assassination campaigns of the individuals. So Nick Fuentes isn't a sly and slightly wry comedic figure, which is how I interpret much of what he says. A lot of it is couched as humor. Now, does he have beliefs, ethnic in nature, that I disagree with? Yeah. Do I have a problem with that? No, and here's why. I don't think that Nick Fuentes making a Twitch stream or Nick Fuentes making a shitpost on Twitter is going to cause big societal problems. I honestly, genuinely don't believe that. The ADL and Twitter and these sites want me to believe that somebody like him or Richard Spencer or the Doctor of Common Sense, who got banned before Jones, if I remember correctly, based on some of his commentary, coming far out of the right wing, by the way, the actual extreme right wing of commentary, who has been completely disappeared off the internet mostly. I don't believe that any of that individual content is, for instance, capable of starting a civil war, starting a war in general. But could big tech do that? Yeah. Big tech could absolutely nudge public discourse in the direction of invading a country. Absolutely they could. Can the government do that? Yeah, they're the ones that explicitly would have to start the war regardless. These powerful entities worry me. Nick Fuentes does not worry me. There is no online commentator who is so all-encompassing that their particular discourse is likely to cause any significant problems in society. Even if if PewDiePie tomorrow, for example, he reaches, tens of millions of people a day. If he were to make a video, collate it out and say, you know what, I want you to kill your parents for me, PewDiePie, there'd probably be a couple of nuts that would do it, but by and large, society, the only thing that would change is people would think he flipped his lid. They'd think he went fucking nuts. And then the cops would show up, and then he'd go to prison probably for incitement. That's what would happen. So society, okay, a couple nuts' parents are dead. Oh, they probably would have done shit like that anyway, so I don't know if that particularly changes their trajectory of life either. But if Twitter says, hey, this third world country has blocked Twitter, we're going to start manipulating, we're going to fortify public discourse a little bit, to make it look like there's strong sentiment, and we'll issue push polls too, strong sentiment in favor of crushing this country with drone strikes and doing some regime-changey things over there. Let's call the Clinton Foundation, get them set up to build houses, aka traffic children. Can that happen? Yeah, unfortunately it could. People would like to believe that that's hyperbolic, it's tinfoil hat. Well, billionaires would never conspire to overthrow a government. There was never a business plot. They would never do shady shit. So the same billionaires that we call sleazebags, greedmongers, terrible, horrible, the dregs of society would never collude together to affect public discourse in a way that could cause violence, in a way that could cause any form of problem. But Nick Fuentes, I'm supposed to believe that he's trying to do that. Behind the scenes, he's a subversive working with a bunch of other Nazis to try to overthrow civilization. See, that doesn't make sense. When I look at the two situations, which one's more likely? Thousands of independent commentators are going to work together and create a Nazi army, or half a dozen tech experts, all from the same exact socioeconomic background, might collude to affect our government. Which one of these is Occam's razor at this point? 6 people working together for mutual benefit, or thousands of people who compete with one another explicitly and actually undergo competition, unlike big tech firms, are colluding to, cause a race war or something. See, I don't believe that. And the ADL, essentially, and this is not the first time, by the way, that this has happened, is helping to shape big tech policy. This is why you need to get on new tech platforms. This is why you should be using Gab or Parler, or both. like I do, and minds.com. This is why you shouldn't just be reliant on YouTube. If you're only watching me on YouTube, you're not even getting all of my videos at this point. At a bare minimum, I'd get on Dailymotion. I know that it's not a new tech site, but it is a technical competitor. You should be on Rumble. Trump is. He's got almost 500,000 subscribers there already. I think he's the second largest after only his son, Don Jr., who is more tech literate and thus was already there for months. You should be on these pubs. You should be using Subscribestar. There are people that still rely on Patreon. Believe it or not, there are people that's their living is getting donations on Patreon. Dude, Patreon's a dying site. They haven't even been in the news in years and years. Subscribestar, at least occasionally someone writes a hit piece about how they platformed the Nazis or whatever. Why aren't you on BitChute and Odyssey? They're great sites. They're growing. They platform a lot of content that you simply can't find anymore on the mainline web. But trust me, the cool kids are going to find out about all these sites and realize that all the edgy stuff is there, and that's where they're going to go. So what happened with millennials and sites like YouTube? YouTube developed in the middle of the 2000s. Well, initially it was all edgy shit. It was stuff your parents probably didn't want you seeing. You'll go where the edginess is. That's you know, where, I mean, Nick's probably laughing right now. He's like, oh, I got banned off Twitter. Oh, I'm surprised I lasted so long. It's not going to affect his bottom line any. But the ADL will make some money. They'll bitch about this and moan and say, well, see, it took them so long. We need more censorship. Please write us a check so that we don't defame your site as platforming problematic people. So it's basically, it's just a mafia-style shakedown. That's about all. Peace out.
Don't go in there yet. Don't go in there yet.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a police drone.
No, I mean, it's just an older magnet.
Some people back now. Keep going back.
Looks like you're about to trek through the desert. Something like that. I mean, it's not going to be as hot today as it has been.
We're just going to sit right here because it seems to work right now.
Anybody know the battle cry of freedom? Damn. Oh, it's just a Union marching anthem. Joke.
take a walk with these guys. I'm gonna see where all these cars are coming out of. See, like this black Charger or whatever this is right here. Unmarked police cars. And they're going around everywhere. And there's nobody that big here that would require that much protection. So let's go check that out, and then we'll come back over here and we'll walk with, go check out the rest of the event. Thank you guys for tuning in, hitting that like button, sharing this. Just give you guys a look at how many officers are down here getting prepared. There's a mask if anybody needs one. Probably the safest
decision to end the U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan. I judged that it was not in the national interest of the United States of America to continue fighting this war indefinitely. I made the decision with clear eyes, and I'm briefed daily on the battlefield updates. But for those who have argued that we should stay just 6 more months or just 1 more year, I asked them to consider the lessons of recent history. In 2011, the NATO allies and partners agreed that we would end our combat mission in 2014. In 2014, some argued 1 more year. So we kept fighting, and we kept taking casualties. In 2015, the same, and on and on. Nearly 20 years of experience has shown us that the current security situation only confirms that just 1 more year of fighting in Afghanistan is not a solution, but a recipe for being there indefinitely. It's up to the Afghans to make the decision about the future of their country. Others are more direct. Their argument is that we should stay with the Afghanistan indefinitely. In doing so, they point to the fact that we have not taken losses in this last year. So they claim that the cost of just maintaining the status quo is minimal. But that ignores the reality and the facts that already presented on the ground in Afghanistan when I took office. The Taliban is at its strongest militarily since 2001. The number of U.S. forces in Afghanistan had been reduced to a bare minimum. And the United States and the last administration made an agreement with the Taliban to remove all our forces by May 1 of this year. That's what I inherited. That agreement was the reason the Taliban had ceased major attacks against U.S. forces. If in April, I had instead announced that the United States was going back on that agreement made by the last administration, the United States and allied forces would remain in Afghanistan for the foreseeable future, the Taliban would have again begun to target our forces. The status quo was not an option. Staying would have meant U.S. troops taking casualties, American men and women back in the middle of a civil war, and we would run the risk of having to send more troops back into Afghanistan to defend our remaining troops. Once that agreement with the Taliban had been made, staying with a bare minimum force was no longer possible. So let me ask those who want us to stay, how many thousands more Americans' daughters and sons were you willing to risk? How long would you have them stay? Already we have members of our military whose parents fought in Afghanistan 20 years ago. Would you send their children and their grandchildren as well? Would you send your own son or daughter? After 20 years, $1 trillion spent training and equipping hundreds of thousands of Afghan national security and defense forces. 2,448 Americans killed, 20,722 more wounded. and untold thousands coming home with unseen trauma to their mental health. I will not send another generation of Americans to war in Afghanistan with no reasonable expectation of achieving a different outcome. The United States cannot afford to remain tethered to policies created in response to a world as it was 20 years ago. We need to meet the threats where they are today. Today, the terrorist threat has metastasized beyond Afghanistan. So, we are repositioning our resources and adapting our counterterrorism posture to meet the threats where they are now, significantly higher in South Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. But make no mistake, our military and intelligence leaders are confident they have the capabilities to protect the homeland and our interests from any resurgent terrorist challenge emerging or emanating from Afghanistan. We are developing a counterterrorism over-the-horizon capability that will allow us to keep our eyes firmly fixed on any direct threats to the United States and the region and act quickly and decisively if needed. We also need to focus on shoring up America's core strengths to meet the strategic competition with China and other nations that is really going to determine our future. We have to defeat COVID-19 at home and around the world. Make sure we're better prepared for the next pandemic or biological threat. We need to establish international norms for cyberspace and the use of emerging technologies. We need to take concerted action to fight existential threats of climate change. And we will be more formidable to our adversaries and competitors over the long run if we fight the battles of the next 20 years, not the last 20 years. Finally, I want to recognize the incredible sacrifice and dedication that the U.S. military and civilian personnel serving alongside our allies and partners have made over the last 2 decades in Afghanistan. I want to honor the significance of what they've accomplished and the great personal risk they encountered and the incredible cost to their families. Pursuing the terrorist threat through some of the most unforgiving terrain on the planet, and I've been almost throughout that entire country, ensuring there hasn't been another attack on the homeland from Afghanistan for the last 20 years, taking out bin Laden. I want to thank you all for your service and the dedication to the mission so many of you have given, and to the sacrifices that you and your families have made over the long course of this war. We'll never forget those who gave the last full measure of devotion for their country in Afghanistan, nor those whose lives have been immeasurably altered by wounds sustained in the service of their country. We're ending America's longest war, but we'll always, always honor the bravery of the American patriots who served it. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you trust the Taliban, Mr. President?
Is a Taliban takeover of Afghanistan?
Oh yeah, no, it usually does. It always pops up there. It might have been YouTube did an update. The president's not caught up to it yet. Maybe that's why I'm even having a problem. That's exactly the way they designed it. I want the milk pad.
He said he was going to change it, but that's...
Steps ahead of them. You fixing all your homies, you can get behind me. I ain't playing games with you, get behind me. This ain't no party phony Christian rappers, get behind me.
I like that Trump 2024 flag, where the UMP on Trump is, it looks like the American flag. Look at this, guys. Let's see. Where is it at now? Oh, it's up there on the left. Let's the wind hit it. We got one that's halfway up on right there. See how the Trump is like, and then MAGA underneath it. Oh, they're saying F Donald Trump.
Get it down. This is not no Benghazi. It's crazy watching Democrats and fans so money. Telling people that I strapped up, so don't try me. They trying to take your gun. Control the flow of information and feeding you fake niggas. Now they start nation. Now you're pushing for it. That she support our nation. And if you don't like this country, get out, stop procrastinating. If you don't like this country, you can leave. If you don't like this country, you can leave. They talk about socialism, please. Shut up. Say keep it PC, but now I'm about to cut up. Black, white, and brown. I can skip it. And if you a woman, you a daughter, you a mother. Say the truth, God, they trying to take our freedom from us. You can live. Cardi B, you can live. T.I., you can live. Colin Kaepernick, you can live. Tell Bernie Sanders, you can live. And I know more, you can live. Tell AOC that she can leave. Same thing with Sheeta Tyler.
And they said she couldn't use it. A fancy chair. What does a chair have to do with anything? Is it a chair made by the MyPillow guy? Is it fucking my chair? Is that what's happening? My chair.
Alexis, you didn't get your bag. Oh.
You tried. You tried to get me to talk to a guy? I don't know, man. I don't know that I want to talk to anyone. I just kind of want to sit here. Sonic Boy wants to join a cult. Well, boy, do I have the one for you. I guess we'll be starting soon. Who knows? What does Oreo Express even look like? Let's say that I did want to meet this man. What would I look for? Days old cologne?
Wait, did I see you last night or at the microphone? Pool bar. Oh, yeah, I was there. Yeah, I'm friends with Jordan.
How you doing?
I'm alive, so things could be better.
What, you're alive and things could be better, is that what you said?
Well, yeah, I could be dead.
Streaming?
I am. Waiting for Fuentes. I was told his caravan would get here 8 minutes ago. 9, actually.
Fashionably late.
Fashionably.
You always routing in a limo or anything like that?
I don't know anything.
How many people are on your stream right now?
32. So I'm not super popular, but we'll get there.
I'm
Just
Richard
gotta-
Citizen Journalist.
You what?
Richard Citizen Journalist.
Richard Citizen Journalist.
Tell people that.
All right, we got Richard Citizen Journalist to my left. Would you like to go on stream, say something?
Not really.
Yeah.
Later, maybe.
Later. Once Fuentes and the Groipo gang get here. Groiper. I think that's what they
I
call
don't
themselves.
understand that word. I don't know what it means.
I don't either.
What does it mean? Workers. I don't know.
I'm assuming it's a portmanteau of Groy, boy, and Groper.
I don't know.
It's a great boy Groper, the Groiper. I mean, if Oreo wants to talk, he can come talk to me.
Line of relocating
Outside.
Afghan nationals. Is it happening quickly enough to your satisfaction if it may not happen until next month at the end?
Much of it's already happened. There's already been people, about 1,000 people have gotten on aircraft and come to the United States already on commercial aircraft. So as I said, there's over 2,500 people that, as from January to now, have gotten those visas, and only half decided that they wanted to leave. The point is that I think the whole process has to be speeded up, period, in terms of being able to get these visas.
Why can't the U.S. evacuate these Afghan translators to the United States to await their visa processing, as some immigrants at the southern border have
Because
been
the
allowed
law
to do?
doesn't allow that to happen. And that's why we're asking the Congress to consider changing the law. But in the meantime, we can guarantee their safety if they wish to leave by taking the third countries, and or while the wait is taking place, to come to and hopefully while they're waiting there, to be able to bring them back to the United States if that's what they choose to do.
What do you think of the Taliban
from
being in
Afghanistan.
Russia
I'm
today?
Afghan support woman. Any message, good message for Afghan women in future, because they have achievement. They are really concerned about their achievement.
They are very concerned with good reason. Yes. When I was in Afghanistan, I've been there a number of times. I remember being in a school outside, and by the way, the schools in Afghanistan are not fundamentally unlike schools on the West Coast, where they have, an area in the middle that is sort of looks like a playground, and single-story buildings connected around it. And I remember saying speaking to a group of young women, I guess they're roughly, don't hold me to this, they look like they'd be 14, 15 years old. And they're in school, and there's a tiered classroom with single light bulbs hanging from the ceiling, as I know you know. And I said, the United States came here to make sure that we got this terrorist Osama bin Laden, and that terrorists didn't amass again to go after our country. And then we're going to have to leave. And the young woman said, "You can't leave. You can't leave." It was heartbreaking. "You can't leave." She said, "I want to be a doctor. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a doctor. If you leave, I'll never be able to be a doctor." Well, that's why we spent so much time and money training the Afghan security forces to do the work of defending that. Anyway, so yes, I'm aware. I'm going to take one more question.
Mr. President, have you spoken with any Taliban officials about the withdrawal?
Mr. President, what do you make of the Taliban being in Russia today?
Mr. President, thank you. I wanted to ask, with the benefit of hindsight,
you've spoken to the fact that the Taliban are sort of at their militarily strongest point that you've seen in 20 years. How do you feel personally about that with the benefit of hindsight and all of the dollars and investments and American troops that were sent there?
Relative to the training and capacity of the ANSF and the federal police, they're not even close in terms of their capacity. I was making the point. The point was that here we were. The argument is, well, we could stay because no one was dying. No Americans are being shot, so why leave? Once the agreement was made by the last administration, we were going to leave by May 1st. It was very clear that a Taliban that had always been a problem was even a more sophisticated problem than they were than before. Not more sophisticated than the ANSF, than government, more than they were. The point being that it would have increased the prospect that they would have been able to take more lives of Americans if they decided we weren't going to go after them. That was the point I was making. Thank you all so very much.
Have you spoken with any Taliban officials on the withdrawal?
Get 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for $5.99 and avoid the norm with Domino's.
Daryl, thank you for the super chat, bud.
I ain't no doctor, but I know he got dementia. And why you Holly weirdos love to eat placenta? You just a puppet of the CCP. Hated more than KE and OKC. Democrats are the biggest idiot. Democrats are the biggest idiot. Democrats are the biggest idiot. Democrats are the Biden, why they pick your Biden? Biden, why you're always lying? Biggest idiot. Biggest idiot. Democrats are the saying he gon' take my guns now. I can't go like that. Hey, they say unite with the left now. Lying down don't match. Hey, people mad at what I say, but I'm just speaking facts. Hey, people crossing the border and I say listen. Look at what's going on. To get here, I ain't incompetent now. I ain't just clear. Talk about color papers now. I'm not gonna see here. I can't even watch my TV without LGBT all up in my FACE. They don't even know where to go. PP into them his house is briefly. It's the activity. Pricing homophobic watch just because he disagrees. Love be a Christian, but well, don't silly me. Say that. Democrats are eliminated. Biggest idiot, Democrats are nominated. Biggest idiot, Democrats are nominated. Biggest idiot, Democrats are nominated.
used to be Trump, you know how we live. Outside of my MAGA fit. Ain't never seen on no MAGA. West Virginia cold body, mother and dog fighting. Nigga will rise again. The Patriots are united. You really wanna go to war with a MAGA fighter? I'm an aggressive country. I'll leave a liberal crying. Chris Kyle, America's sniper. Biden won't come out of hiding. Biggest idiot. Democrats are nominated. Biggest idiot. Democrats are nominated. Biggest idiot. Democrats are nominated. Biggest idiot.
I'm coming up with a better catchphrase later.
No, I like it. It's good.
Nice.
America needs eyes and ears. We don't have eyes and ears. They've been chopped off.
Well, no, I gotta find a different one because Captain America said that, and then I found out he's not exactly as right wing as I'd like to believe.
Captain America.
Captain America.
So where are you from? What part of Texas?
I'm from my mother, but I spent most of my life in San Antonio.
Ah, okay. I was just there. I was at the parade that you had a few weeks ago. The
Fiesta?
Fiesta, exactly.
Yeah, I miss Fiesta. I moved here about a year ago. I don't like Dallas. I really don't. It's so boring.
Yeah. I like San Antonio. I like Austin quite a bit. Very liberal, but whatever. That's what happens.
Yeah. Take the best of the best. Well, I think I'm gonna go see what all kind of flags there are. You take it easy. Oh, that's a new flag. You found a parking spot! I told that man to park and he didn't thank me. So we got this liberal free zone flag. Doing a little bit of a flag wave out here. Street. I think Fuentes is supposed to be here soon. Who knows when? Then CPAC is in that hotel, which is why we're over here. Can you tell me about that shirt?
Stop the vax. Save our kids. It's an experimental drug right now. It's not even approved by the FDA. Why would you give it to our kids who are not even affected by COVID? Makes no sense.
Okay, that's 4 police cars passing by. All right, we got Hispanics for Trump 20. We're about a year late on that one. Texas for Trump. life-size cutouts. A mailbox. Confederate flags. And octopi. What do these have to do with Trump? I don't understand. It's just random octopus. Ooh! And the man in the pickup truck fucks up the parking job and bends the Confederate flag. Bill Gates is your doctor. And we got the Patriot Party. We got fuck Biden flags. Strangely, it's a black family selling all this merchandise. Ooh, everybody's outside, which means Nick might be here soon. Can I get a picture of your hat?
Good.
Make women virgins again.
We should start screaming that.
I won't stop you.
Make women great again. I got a bunch of hats like that. Make women cook again is another good one. People love that. They don't cook them more, man. You gotta make cook back in the kitchen.
You gotta imagine it's not as much of a niche market as people would believe.
Yeah. America needs it, man. We need that kind of stuff. Not just politics, but masculinity, femininity, women acting like women, you know, just the basic shit, common sense shit, you know.
Well, hopefully we can get back to a single breadwinner house eventually.
Yeah, for sure,
So Fuentes is nearby, is that it?
It should be here soon. Yeah.
Should be here soon, yeah.
He's across the street at the CPAC event.
Yeah. I heard he was coming soon, like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, he keeps saying that. Yeah. He's supposed to be across the street, so.
Yeah, I can't imagine it would take too long to get here.
I walked, it takes like 2 minutes.
But he's got to have the caravan, bro. It looks cool.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure out where I should film. You got a little gimbal for your thing, that's good.
Yeah, I'm already live, so.
Oh, you're live streaming?
Not really a picture, it's more like a video, I guess. But.
Yeah, I think it's CPAC next year. I'm gonna get a booth.
Oh, is that it? I drove the wrong way inside, so I would assume. Oh, and a Rolls Royce. The driver got a mask. man, the myth, the legend, Nick Fuentes himself. Do I shake his hand? Do I blend in? Well, now we can go into the Magnolia room. You took a plate?
Well, I don't know, it's gone for some reason.
Oh, the plates, yeah, that car is not plated. Interesting.
I probably know somebody owns it, so it took off the plate.
Honestly, it's a smart safety precaution.
Yeah, if you run a car, they wouldn't care.
I don't know that I would rent a Rolls Royce. Can you rent those? Can you rent Rolls Royce?
There's like apps you can use for that now and stuff, actually, yeah. I rented a Lambo a couple years ago.
Yeah.
It was like my buddy's buddy. It was like $700 for 2 days. It's pretty dope.
That's not bad.
Like commercial with it and shit. Yeah, it's a little cheesy. It was awesome.
I guess it's a try it before you buy it kind of thing.
Yeah.
They look like they're 14 and 76 because Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492 and America was born on 1776, okay? Alright, I want to know who that guy is with the wide brim hat.
Yeah.
We got a pool. Oh, I could have been playing pool. Puppy. Does anyone know what kind of dog that is? Besides a cute one.
That's moonshine. Thank you, man. She's a 60-year-old.
Oh, the dog is a she. So there still are no good boys here, but me.
Oh, they knew it, but you know, to Vince, that was money. So I mean, you got them all steroided up, looking all swole. That's why, you know, it's hard for me to look at wrestling now. Like, yo, y'all puny compared to the British Bulldog and Arn Anvil, Nightheart, and all them. Y'all would have got beat on. We out here standing against community violence. Make sure we're telling these youths to put those guns down. We also out here celebrating Black Lives Matter 757 5-year anniversary. So we're just taking a little gingerly stroll. If y'all want some paraphernalia, if y'all want some literature on what we have going on coming up in the next 5 years, please let us know. We appreciate y'all these last 5 years. And for those of y'all that thought we was going away, just know it's 5 years later, and we ain't went no damn where. 5 years strong. I ain't never even been in a relationship for 5 years. My phone? Answer my phone? You got my number? Oh, what's up? Yeah, I can. I mean, I'm right over there. It don't matter. Okay. You got room?
Yeah. So I'm about to go ahead and go to Kroger. That's right here on the side.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to just get in the car and dip because I'm trying to get over there. Y'all be protesting on Mercury Boulevard at 757, that's 757. So y'all want to protest against community violence, protest against gun violence, make sure y'all join us. It's also, like I said, our 5-year anniversary. Y'all can go to BLM757.org. Follow us on social media at BLM757. Stop the Violence Team. Stop the Violence Team. Y'all got an Instagram? What is it? I'm talking about for the movement. We gotta get y'all Stop the Violence Instagram. It's cool. We're gonna work on that this week. If I'm not coming to pick up your feelings. I need one of those. I'm tired of walking. I need to get strolled around.
Two big beef hot dogs.
Oh, we good. You say you still hungry?
Oh, Aaron Lewis. There you go.
The man of the hour. What's going on? Okay, clean face. You look young as hell. What you got a got a whole fresh cut. Carla, I got the flag. Y'all ready to roll? We right around the corner. We're just trying to be in place.
All right. You've been out here sweating that.
Yeah, that just walk. I needed this walk. Little breathe in. Little nice stroll.
I need this walk. Yes, sir.
Right.
You gotta go to your people and speak what you're doing. I mean, so this is your people.
That's right. That's right. This is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
This is beautiful out here. I love this.
Yeah, they've been following us around saying we need a permit.
I mean, we got security.
Permit just to be out here just to do this.
Yeah, we got security.
I hope
Is that
so.
right?
we about to roll out. Head down to Kroger.
Yeah, you're right. We're not violent. We peace.
They go ahead and follow us. Good. I hope they be inspired.
That's what I say.
It's wonderful.
Well, I tell them, I hope y'all put this effort into finding the people that's killing people in these streets.
I'm still talking about food.
Yeah, brother James.
James, where you at? We'll get you a meal card. You got to have you out here. Got to get you a meal card.
They got Zaxby's. They have some good chicken sandwich, man. They got them in Georgia, where I'm from.
Who got good chicken sandwich?
Zaxby's.
I heard. Yeah. The signature chicken.
Yes, sir. They got them in Georgia.
It's a Zaxby's right by where we about to be protesting at.
Please don't tell me that.
It's the truth. Where we going?
He was going 5 miles from where my daddy stayed at.
Oh, yeah.
He still had a from Cash Creek. Okay.
Yeah.
Cash Creek.
Yeah, we're gonna be right by the Zaxby's. I said my homeboy that just got shot and killed on June the 6th was telling me he put me on to the signature sandwich.
Yeah, sandwich. That's what they say down south.
Signature sandwich.
Oh, yeah. Sandfield.
Signature sandwich.
Oh, yeah. What's up with that?
It's at Zaxby's. They say it's better than Popeyes. That's what they say. That's what they say.
Oh yeah, Zaxby's, man. I'm telling y'all. They french fries good, they chicken sandwich is good.
Oh, yeah.
Make you want to
Sandwich? Not sandwich.
Sandwich.
Down there.
Sandwich.
That's what they say down south.
Sandwich.
That's what they say down south.
Sandwich.
Yeah.
You want a chicken sandwich?
Sandwich. And we out here standing against them.
Well, that's why they did that. Because nobody does it. Yeah, that's where we can move. You know that, right?
My bad, I didn't see that.
Now 6.
Hey, you like dogs?
Yep.
That's moonshine.
Well, I never pet a dog without permission, so may I pet your dog? It looks like she's standing there thinking about Vietnam. He's trying to get me to pet his dog. Nick Fuentes is visiting. Nick Fuentes? He leads the America First campaign.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Say what?
We talked to them at the booth.
Ah. I didn't. I got here. I'm waiting for them to open up the ballroom, but. Pet the dog. It's a Trump dog. Hey, you making fun of Jake on here?
You've heard of Bitcoin. It's a digital currency backed by technology called the blockchain. Owning it gives you a sense of the future. The cryptocurrency
You think
ecosystem.
anything's gonna happen? I mean, those cops are rolling thick.
They are rolling thick. That's why I'm wondering. They have intel, we don't. They could have picked something up.
They have intel that we don't.
And I mean, they could just be maybe just knowing that we're here, just being protective. But I think for sure tomorrow something will happen. But thinking about this now, it might happen tonight.
Well, you know, if Antifa being the way they are,
BLM being the way they are, being the way they are, if they really wanted to try to disrupt and prevent change, you know what I mean? The long way tonight would be like, they come out and act all kind of stupid and all kind of crazy and just, just wreak havoc, right? And then, try to even then, I think Trump was going to show up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, he's not going to back down from nobody, and he's going to do what he has to do to enjoy his freedoms. And I think it would be great if they tried to do that tonight, because I think the presence of law enforcement already would shut them down so quick they wouldn't know what hit them.
Yeah, I think they'll get really quick. Which would be nice to see. I mean, you want to see police officers
do their job.
And not be intimidated by the love to prevent them from doing stuff. So I've been talking to people about a trip that I'm going to be taking very shortly. I'm trying to take it. So I've been asking people to support me. Go to the website, UnitedAmericanPress.com/donate. I want people to know that it's probably going to be something really, really just popping up. So if I can get the support, I most definitely will be there with other people to show what's going on. And what happened last weekend with it, just look like there's going to be a lot of people that might show up next Saturday about the whole thing with the attacking of children and all this stuff. So I want to be there to be able to cover it and bring you the actual news, the actual information like others have. But, the mainstream media, they're not going to do it.
Oh, mainstream media is not...
It's up to us to show that information.
Yeah, and mainstream media is not allowed to be there.
Seed packing's better than fudge packing, let me tell you that.
We're still free men and women in this nation. We're free to go anywhere in this country. We're free to do this.
Absolutely.
But they want to control, just like they did in the 1930s. Trying to eliminate all of us. So I'm putting up on the screen. Hang it up put up on the screen. Go there, UnitedAmericanPress.com.
147 other countries to go to solve problems there. They're missing the point. There's one place to solve all the problems on the border, and that is on the border. And that's exactly where the Biden administration needs to devote their resources to get the job done. The problems are dramatic. Let me give you just one example about what's happened after you left presidency that we've seen in Texas and across the nation. It's probably the most deadly aspect of what is happening, and that is the importation of the deadly drug of fentanyl. Just 2 milligrams of fentanyl is a deadly dose. And just this calendar year, the Texas Department of Public Safety has seen a 2,000% increase in the amount of fentanyl that they have apprehended, and that's not counting what Border Patrol has apprehended. Just the Texas Department of Public Safety alone has apprehended more fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in the entire state of Texas. This is deadly, it's dangerous, and it's infesting regions across Texas as well as regions across the United States. So here's what Texas has done that I want to bring you up to speed on that we have had to do to respond to this crisis. We launched Operation Lone Star, where we deployed 1,000 Texas Department of Public Safety officers as well as Texas National.
Carol, yeah, playing the song. Yeah, there's been a couple. Hey, Carol, we want to go to LA for a big event that the left is holding, and they promised to be violent next week. So we just need donations to get there, guys. Hotel room, gas, food. If you guys want to donate, please do, and we'll bring it to you live. PayPal is OreoExpress@yahoo.com. Venmo is @Oreo-Express. And Cash App is $Oreo Express, and you can go to our website, theoreoexpress.com. 100% viewer funded. How you doing? Yes, make speech free again.
going down as I speak. No excuses, can't refuse this honesty that we see. Y'all be like, facts are racist. Why y'all say this? You know it's true. Y'all just hate it. Facts are racist. Why y'all say this? You know it's true. Y'all just hate it. 13-year-old girls working on TikTok. You saying he just wanna learn how to grip wild. If you ain't talking about sex, then kick rocks. All they care about the chains and the wrist, watch the guy to change. This is something only God can change. Looking mad at me when I complain about how 4 and 5 black women on beats. Half of the murders that's killing in the streets. Almost half of the bullshit shit. It's a bad place, but this is a bad.
I mean, they're saying. Hold on.
What do you got on a fucking uniform for? What the fuck
Do police work. Don't come over here and ask me for shit. Go do your own police work. Go do your own fucking work. Don't ask me for a fucking thing.
Yeah, the medics are attending them. It's all the medic team there. I have it on footage, but I'm just trying to make sure that I'm on live because they have their cameras on, and you know how that goes. I mean, these were the vans. It's so crazy because these vans were following the march. Let me show you. And these marks were full of cops, right? 2, 3 vans full of cops. The community affairs were walking on foot. It wasn't until they saw that the people were demanding for them to go to the person that ran them over that they came out.
Chillin', that's a racist name, Chillin'.
This is a protest against ICE. I mean, they're about to start marching. I don't know, but now they're going to be on foot. These fucking cops are going to be on foot. Like, the car's still here, though. I mean, they're over there, and it's. I mean, I don't know. It's a lot. I gotta watch the footage. I don't know how it happened, but this car went through. You see when they like went through the crowd that you see here, and then they made a right or left, depending on what side I'm on, and they ran through the biker. Like he flew through the, top of the car. But we're moving. I'm gonna end this. Yep, and now the cops are on foot. I'm going to save the footage because I'm going to give it to them because nobody else got it. Phoenix said that they thought that they got it, but they didn't. So I'm going to end it and save it now. I don't see any comments. Let me see. La quiero mucho. Thank you, guys. We protest every day because every day there's, issues that continue to be exacerbated. I mean, they're all under the umbrella of state violence, whether it is ICE, whether it is police brutality, whether it is the fight against, Israel to free Palestine. And look, the cops are over there getting ahead. This is ridiculous. All right, I think I got through all of the messages. I'm gonna save and go back on just because now there's pop out, bro. I'll go back up, but I need to
Sounds like a lot of people. There are probably about 100 to 150 people here right now. BR chill. I will let someone else fill you in on the details. I don't even know many details. Like, I was told there was supposed to be an event at 5. It's now 6:10. Fuentes showed up like super late. He was supposed to deliver this really, what he called, unhinged speech because Twitter banned him. So he's going to go full right-winger. And I've basically been waiting a while for something, anything, to happen. Although I did get called the Gamergate guy. What was his name? Ralph something? I got told that I look like Ralph. Ralph Gamergate. You are correct, Chill. And what a disguise it is. Yeah, Nick doesn't remember the words to his speech, can't find the printout. He's writing the speech in there as we speak. Set my chair in a way that I can actually view the room without craning my neck.
We'll head back out to the flag wave. Getting this.
I smell bacon. Let's go. I smell bacon. I smell grease.
I smell bacon. I smell grease. I smell bacon. I smell grease. I smell bacon. I smell grease.
Apologize and fuck the police. Apologize and fuck the police. Apologize and fuck the police. I smell bacon. I smell grease.
Apologize and fuck the police. Apologize and fuck the police. Immigrants, they matter here. Immigrants, they matter here. Black lives, they matter here. Black lives, they matter here. Immigrants, they matter here. Immigrants, they matter here. Undocumented, they matter here. Undocumented, they matter here. All the walls have got to go. All the walls have got to go. All the walls, they've got to go. All the walls, they've got to go. All the walls have 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 got to go.
I smell bacon. I smell grease.
Apologize and fuck the police.
I smell bacon. I smell grease.
Apologize and fuck the police.
I smell bacon. I smell grease.
Apologize and fuck the police.
I smell bacon. I smell grease.
Apologize and fuck the police.
I smell bacon. I smell grease.
Apologize and fuck the police.
I smell bacon. I smell grease.
Apologize and fuck the police.
I smell bacon. I smell grease.
Apologize and fuck the police.
I smell bacon. I smell grease.
JP. JP? Yomi. Huh? My name's Yomi.
Yeah, nice to meet you. All right, see you again. Huh? Devon?
I smell bacon. I smell grease.
Apologize and fuck the police.
I smell bacon. I smell grease.
Apologize and fuck the police.
I smell bacon. I smell grease.
Apologize and fuck the police.
I smell bacon.
Abolish ICE and fuck the police.
I smell bacon, I smell grease.
Abolish ICE and fuck the police.
I smell bacon, I smell grease.
Abolish ICE and fuck the police.
I smell bacon, I smell grease.
Abolish ICE and fuck the police.
I smell bacon, I smell grease.
Abolish ICE and fuck the police.
I smell bacon, I smell grease.
Abolish ICE and fuck the police.
I smell bacon, I smell grease.
Abolish ICE and fuck the police.
I smell bacon, I smell grease.
All right, so we outside fighting for immigrants live.
We outside. 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 All right. We got a chant that I'm adopting from Minneapolis. Spent a really long time over there the last month. Maybe you saw that shit when a flashbang was thrown at my head, when indigenous leaders were tackled by DHS. So we got boots, boots, boots all on the ground. We're here, let's burn this shit down. Boots, boots, boots on the ground. We're here, let's burn this shit down. Boots, boots, boots on the ground. We're here to shut this shit down. Boots, boots, boots on the ground. We're here to burn the shit down. Then boots, boots, boots on the ground. We're here to burn the shit down. Boots, boots, boots on the ground. We're here to shut the motherfucking ground. We're here to shut the shit down. Boots, boots, boots on the ground. We're here to shut the shit
Damn. The doors are open, but they're not letting anyone in. Are these people all racist too? Yep, probably. Oh, more screaming. Is this the good scream? Oh, yeah. All right, we're being let in now. Maybe chill. Just make sure that I get out first. Well, actually, shit. If it's a nuke, it really doesn't matter where I'm standing. So what he said, sit on the right?
Huh?
He said sit on the right?
Well, I don't know. When you're filming it?
I guess.
I hope there's room to set up my tripod.
Oh.
Like standing for...
On the right. The only side to be. This is a very metaphorical thing.
It's good. I mean, it's exhausting. Every day. I mean, the best part is that I've been done at 11 a.m.
Dude, I always feel like my thing is having a plane show is important for you to, like, do you feel like you have to recover when no one covered the day before?
Yeah, a little bit of that, yeah. It's just a little bit frustrating.
we got us.
Excuse me.
I love being on. Create a group and call it like just create like a random group on Facebook and then live stream it. Why are live stream it?
Incredible organizers and activists and educators and just folks in this city. There is still a lot of misunderstanding about what we mean when we say defund the police. Right? So I appreciate in these conversations when, and I'm sorry I don't remember the brother's name from OEA who spoke. When Keith Brown spoke, or when Seconder spoke about their work and how it's been defunded, or about Favi's work as an artist and about how it's been defunded. People need to know the story of cities here in America across the country. And that story is that really over the last 3 or 4 decades, but in a serious way since the '94 crime bill was passed under Clinton and supported by Joe Biden, police spending has spiraled out of control, right? And police have crept into all areas of social service. They'll be in our schools, in our playgrounds, in our aftercare centers. They'll try to get any work that there isn't a strong enough resistance from the people to allow it to be stolen, right? So here in Oakland, there is a resilient group of organizers and activists who prevent that work from being stolen. And we took back 18 million of those dollars this budget cycle, and that is to be celebrated. Woo! And, because there's always an and at the Anti-Police Terror Project, these police get over $350 million in the next budget cycle, right? So what is that 18 million in comparison, right? So we will hear the chief of police, we will hear the chief hem and haw over the next 12 months about how we've decimated, that's a quote from them, decimated their response, right, to violent crime as law enforcement. And it couldn't be further from the truth. Because this is the first budget cycle that has taken the unauthorized overtime, $20 or $30 million.
I don't know. I mean, it'll be still The workers united. The workers united. The workers united. El pueblo unido. All right.
We getting there, y'all. We getting there. Are y'all tired yet? No. You ready to go home? No. You ready to be outside? Yo, who outside? Me outside. Who outside? Me outside. Who outside? Me outside. Who outside?
So it's our choice. Do you want to try to hold the
We're
space?
gonna keep moving. We're gonna do a quick story about how racial justice is. We're gonna
the 84th precinct. The rally like this with other people have organizing since fucking January. That kind of money.
Those folks are heading to the flag wave rally outside. So yeah, they have a little cattleman event tonight, and the tickets were $300. So go in for right here.
Every time we send you all an ask to show up to a city council meeting or tweet at a council member, we value your time. We see you when we value your time, and we still ask for it because we know it matters, right? All of these asks matter. And so we appreciate the energy you've given this campaign thus far, and know we're going to be asking for a heck of a lot more as we move forward. Thank you so much.
All right, y'all. Go back to eating and your music. And you know, I'm just going to close with this because this is actually I've been closing when I talk. I've moved beyond giving a shit what if people agree with me about liking or not liking the police. Right? I'm not having that conversation anymore. That's not my labor. And you don't have to either. The facts, the data, both qualitative and quantitative, do all of the talking you need to do. So whether you love the police or you hate the police, the point is they are not keeping us safe.
Yep.
They do not prevent crime. They do not interrupt crime. And depending on what neighborhood you're in, they don't even fucking respond to crime.
Thank you.
And then you've got this whole analogy, more police are gonna make less crime. Well, I'm sorry, when I go to the hills, I don't see no fucking cops there. But when I'm down in my flatlands where I live, I feel like I got a goddamn military force occupying my neighborhood. And still, here's where the crime is happening. And that's because the state creates the conditions it then has lied to you and said it wants to keep you safe from. You might have missed that. The state creates the conditions that it turns around and lies to you and says it wants to keep you safe from. It's time for us to call bullshit with facts and data. It's been working in our favor. Keep up the fight, y'all. I love you so much. Enjoy the food. Y'all get it over for Camp Choice on the ones and twos. Love you, Oakland.
He's a
It's already maxed out at cold, I think it was. But I think it's
The AC is broken. There are 150 people in a room.
Yeah, I really don't think it's working.
The new hit reality show from CNN. 150 people trapped in a room with no air conditioning. Good. Good. Everyone's streaming. It better be fast.
You know what I'm saying? That's all. As a black officer, you should be like, yo, hey, just, they're asking for you to take your hand off the gun. Just do it. I'm not here to bully y'all. I'm not here to press y'all. I'm not even saying anything.
Exactly.
However, I have to put my body in front of our black siblings because they will be the first ones to get shot.
I'll tell you this, he's not going to do that.
But you know Arden Prusia? Arden Prusia? You've heard about him, right? Exactly. He's from your precinct. And he took out a gun on black youth. So, like, you're saying that this officer's not going to do anything, but Arden Prusia did. So, who's to say that he's not like Arden Prusia? Who's to say anybody else is not going to be like Kim Potter?
Let's keep it peaceful, all right?
I was having a dialogue.
Let's keep it peaceful. Direct him. We're trying to keep it peaceful, all right?
Trying to keep it peaceful with a hand on a gun? Trying to keep it peaceful with touching people?
These are the same officers that literally told the delivery worker that got ran over to call 911. Are they not 911? Am I missing something? But look at the traffic, though. They're concerned about traffic over there, concerned about traffic over there, concerned about traffic over there.
Who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
Who keeps us safe?
And it's a whole black officer coming into, I don't know if y'all heard that, but he was like, nice video, right? What the fuck is nice about recording a cop in front of me with a gun on his hand, with his hand on his gun? There's nothing fun about that. There's nothing cute about that. And they'll have their body cameras on. I don't have a fucking mask on. I don't have a face covering on. They could switch up the story just like they're doing right now in Jersey.
You can just go home. There's no reason why you cannot be here.
And he felt stupid as fuck because I'm saying he's a fucking black cop. He should be saying something to this fucking white cop. And he's saying we need to meet in the middle. Okay, where's the middle? Exactly. Because all I see is y'all talking shit to black women, black people, black trans people, saying that they're afraid of him with his hand on his gun. And he still has it. Look.
A pipeline that goes through multiple bodies of water. You remember Standing Rock? This is Standing Rock times 300! 300! And nobody knows and nobody is talking about it. And the fight for black lives, the fight for indigenous sovereignty, the fight for undocumented people is that fight, is water defense, is land defense. And the only way you are going to understand what Land Act means, what water defense means, what it means to steward this land, is to make relationships with indigenous people.
But yeah, like I was saying, if you watch my reel that I just posted, these same group of cops. Let me zoom into this woman, Mosley Jones.
Stop line 3! Stop line 3!
And by the way, stay tuned. Every time I go live, it's because of some shit, unfortunately. But this is the cop right here who said call 911. Are they not 911? And shout out to our bikers out here, always putting their bodies on the line. These were the same cops. Again, I have to emphasize that they were in the vans behind that you see. Those vans are now empty, right? Those vans were full with the same cops that are out here now on foot. And they told us that we needed to call 911.
No quarters, no nickels.
Now it's raining. Hold on, I gotta put my sweater on. Janet, hold this. Are you talking about something private? Let me answer. No. Okay.
Yeah, email or Telegram or
No nation.
Thank you so much. Awesome.
Pick it up. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was talking the same. Let's go. I said,
I'm saying, no, you're fine. Yeah, bro, that fucking cop was like, nice video, huh? I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. There's nothing fun about this shit. Stupid ass. And those were the same cops that were like, call 911 for the delivery worker. I thought it was a biker. It's a delivery worker. What the fuck?
We're here.
And it was community affairs too. Like, aren't you community affairs? Like, what exactly are you doing for the community? Oh, and what's funny about it, this is actually funny. I asked him, he said that the cop wasn't going to do anything even if he had his hand on his gun. And I'm like, well, do you know Arnold Prusieff? He's like, yeah, he works on my precinct. Yeah, we know, motherfucker. Like, we know all of y'all are interconnected. We know, it's like in Minneapolis, the people, the cops that killed Darnella Frazier's, which is the youth that recorded the murder of George Floyd. His uncle got killed by the same officers, by the same squad. And Kobe, who is an autistic child, got killed by officers that were trained by Kim Potter, who told them to turn off their body cameras. That's the same shit that's going on here. Every single cop is interconnected because the whole damn system is fucked up. The whole damn system is oppressive. The whole damn system is fucking broken. And so he said, I was just bringing that to say that, hold on, I gotta keep my eyes on.
Close the camp.
Uh-oh. All right, so we're taking a bridge. They don't want...
We are starting our First Amendment, right?
Screen record if y'all can, look.
Let's go. Water, y'all.
Screen record if y'all can.
Move like water. They can't stop water. See y'all later. Y'all can march over the bridge if y'all want to. Get out their way. The pedestrians.
All right, so the cops don't want us to cross through the bridge. People walk through the bridge regardless. I'm going to end and start a new live because, they love to jam shit. So I'm going to end. If you need to put an alert on, please do. Or just be aware of what is going on. But we are going to take a bridge. And the cops don't want that, so they already are on the move. I'm going to find a bandana to cover my face with because I'm not trying to find another case. BRB. I'm going to be right back. So stay tuned, y'all.
Pit Vipers on, Dodge Challenger and drive. Yeah. We almost hit somebody in Austin. Woo! What do? You gonna rent a Dodge Challenger and not hit someone? That's terrible. That is a terrible thing. But I can't get banned on Twitter anymore, so I can say that. Okay, well, let me take my Pit Vipers off the stage. So, I called this press conference in response to my banning from Twitter, but I really want to talk more about what's happening across the street at CPAC. But I first want to say, in case people didn't see this, I was suspended from Twitter yesterday. Permanently suspended, gone. And, you know, it's so weird. I tell people I get banned from Twitter, and they say, what? Did they give you a reason? And it's like, you know, they banned the sitting president of the United States from Twitter. They don't give you a reason. It's not like they have a good reason. But they banned me from hate speech, which, honestly, it was getting to the point where it was almost suspicious why I was still on Twitter. I swear, every time I see Alex Jones, we were in Austin earlier this week, I was on a show. Alex Jones, we love Alex Jones. Yeah! He's like a machine. But every time I see him, every time I talk to him, he goes, hey, do you know why you're still on Twitter? And he presses me. I'm like, hey, I'm cool, all right? I'm okay. So now that I'm banned on Twitter, now I think maybe you'll feel a little bit more comfortable around me. But I'm now banned from every major social media platform. I'm banned. Which is to be expected. I'm banned from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, Discord. Am I missing any? Clubhouse. Stripe. PayPal, DLive, Shopify, all of them. Literally all of them. But like I said earlier, unironically, it is a good thing to be deplatformed. And here's why. This is what I've noticed happen over the past 5 years. So, you know, there was a time when nobody was banned from social media. Do you guys remember this? Yes. It was like a big deal when Milo got banned and Andrew Anglin and Chuck Johnson and Pat Dickinson. They were like the original people to get banned from Twitter. And at the time, people said, this is 1984, banning people from Twitter, and they didn't do anything wrong. And nobody had ever heard of anything like that before. But as we know, of course, over time, the terms of service and the, trust and safety team or whatever, it got more and more restrictive. And it got to the point where there's this very interesting effect. People have started to self-censor themselves. Because everybody knows, if you lose your platform, it's extinction. If you get deplatformed from YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, you can't have a career in media. There's some people that have survived, but for the most part, it's lethal. So what do people do? They now change what they say, and in some cases, I think that programs what they believe in order to fit the terms of service. And I catch myself doing that. How many of you have seen a tweet that I put on Twitter and then I delete like 30 minutes later? I think like one time I tweeted, I said, I wish George Floyd would get exploded with a grenade. I said, I wish there was a zombie apocalypse so we could kill George Floyd 2 times. Now that's definitely against the terms of service. But I can't say things like that because I was on social media. Now I'm off social media. I'm unchained. I can say anything I want. So this speech is going to be unhinged. It's going to be racist. It's going to be offensive. It's going to be provocative. I know there are people in the room who are not going to like it. There are people in the room who are going to walk away and say, wow, that guy's a jerk. I thought I was an extremist. I'm kidding. We're actually... I'm kidding. But this is an important point to make. It's important to keep in mind. We are the normal ones. We are normal. Am I right? Yeah! The country that have gone insane. You know, I get up there and I say something like, we need to stop all immigration. And people say, oh, what do you think? We should kill all non-white people? No immigration. And think about it. We've had like 100 million immigrants come in the past 30 years. But I'm crazy for saying we should stop that? That's insane. And it goes with everything else too. It goes with race, it goes with the pandemic, with the election fraud, George Floyd, all of it for the past year especially, but really for the past 3 decades. So in any case, I wanted to get into my speech here, and I wanted to talk specifically about CPAC and this theme of America Uncanceled. It's so blatant and ridiculous CPAC does a conference every year. Usually it's in Washington, D.C. And this year, I think in, was it Orlando, Florida? They had it back in February. They said, we're announcing our theme this year. It is America Uncanceled. And I saw that, and my first thought is, well, wait a second, but I'm canceled. I'm canceled by you. I'm canceled by the liberals and the left and the media and all that. But I've been banned from CPAC for 3 years. They literally chased me out of the conference 2 years ago. And I remember I went in there with a pack of Voipers. You ever see a CPAC attendee get voiped by a pack of Voipers? It's disgusting. I was throwing up. Too much even for me. But so we went in there with a pack of Voipers and we saw somebody from Lone Conservative. And he came up to me and he's like, hey, aren't you a little short to be here? And he's something like that. And I said, yeah, I'm not the tallest guy in the world. I said, aren't you like a Jewish shill? Or... Let's go! That was a little overkill. Hey, you're short, Jewish shill. But so we're walking around, and it was almost like foreshadowing. This was February 2019, so this was like 8 months before Groyper War. And so all the Groypers and I, we gather around this cardboard cutout of Charlie Kirk. This is serious foreshadowing. You could boo, go ahead. But we'll get into that. So I take this picture in front of the cardboard cutout of Charlie Kirk. And then this big black security guard comes waddling up, and it's him, and it's the guy from Lone Conservative. His name is Alex Sears. He got in a car accident recently. He really hurt himself. So I was broken up about it. That's terrible. I do mean this. They really deserve this. Anyway, that's not very Christ-like. So the security guard comes up with Alex Sears and a literal transsexual, not making it up, like a 6'5", like cross-dressing transsexual. And so I have this pack of Voipers around me. I'm on this picture, and the security guard and the transsexual and Alex Sears from Lone Conservative, they come up and they're like, "Hey, are you Nick Fuentes?" And I actually had a fake name badge. It said like Nick Willis or Nick Williams or something. I said, what did you say? And the security guard comes up and he says, are you Nick Fuentes? I said, Nick Fuentes? Who's that? I said, I'm Nick Willis. You know, and this is where diversity is really going to help us. There's a lesson in this. Because he goes, okay. And he turns around and he goes up to him and he's like, I don't know what to tell you. It's not Nick Fuentes. And they're freaked out. They're like, what? No, that's him. You got to get him out of here. And quickly, the Groypers swarm around me. They form like a turtle sort of like structure. And we zip out the door, and we're like running up the escalator. I mean, this is serious white boy summer. And I kid you not, we see 4 security guards, hands on their gun, running down the escalator to try to get me where I was in the exhibition hall. And that was my experience at America Uncanceled. That was my experience at CPAC. So my first reaction to their theme is, well, you know, you cancel everybody. They cancel me. They cancel InfoWars, Alex Jones, Owen Troy. I think Harris over there. How's it going, man? Hey, shout out. We have a lot of high-profile Groypers in attendance. I don't want to call any of them out because I don't know if they wanted people to know that they're here. But we have a lot. I've seen a lot of YouTubers, seen a lot of influencers. It's very good. Anyway, so CPAC canceled InfoWars. They canceled Gavin McInnes, Laura Loomer. They canceled Michelle Malkin. They canceled me. So how do you do a conference and say you're America Uncanceled? The other thing that I realized. Are we good over there? The other thing that I realized is that nobody that's actually at CPAC is even canceled. Have you ever realized this? Because they all get up there and they speak on tech censorship. And they get up there and they speak on cancel culture in the right wing. And I'm going down the list and I'm thinking, is there literally one person at this entire conference who has even canceled one time?
Nope.
So we answered that question. We went down the list. We looked at every single speaker at CPAC. We put together a little graphic, if we could play that now. And we found that there is literally not one single conservative speaker, other than the former President Donald Trump, who has been canceled. So let's play this graphic here. We've got a slow scroll. You can see we've got Donald Trump. He's the only one. He's been banned from Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. Matt Schlapp, banned from nothing. Ben Carson banned, I think, from Facebook. That's it. This is every other speaker at CPAC. Going down the list, the green means they have an account and they're not banned. The gray means they don't have an account and are therefore not banned. So take a look at this. You've got, who is that? Josh something. It's going a little too fast. I can't read it. You've got, no, you can keep going, I'm trying to. You've got Glenn Beck. You've got all these different people. Madison Cawthorn, Doug Collins. Look at this. Look at all that green. Look at all that green. That's, by the way, that's Facebook, that's Twitter, that's Instagram, and that's YouTube. Tammy Bruce, Todd Starnes. There's not one single conservative at the conference. You could pause it there. Did you see all that green? Yes. I don't know if you guys saw it, but in case you didn't, we went through every single speaker at CPAC. The 4 major social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. Not one single one of them has been canceled from anything. They haven't been canceled from Fox News. Clearly haven't been canceled from CPAC. They haven't even been canceled by big tech. Not on Twitter, not Facebook, not Instagram, or YouTube. Yet they will all go up on stage and they'll call their panel America Uncanceled, Fighting Tech Censorship, and not a single one of them has been censored. Now, contrast that on the other hand with somebody like me. We've got another presentation here. This is what cancel culture really looks like. This is what I've been banned for. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, PayPal, Clubhouse, Venmo, ban. Look at all that red. I've been banned from everything. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Airbnb, Delta Airlines, TSA PreCheck, TikTok, Reddit, Patreon, Discord, Shopify, Amazon, AWS, Stripe, Epic Pay, which nobody even knows what that is, StockPath, I think I should say StatPath, Email Octopus, Coinbase. I'm banned from Coinbase. I can't even buy Bitcoin on Coinbase. I've been banned from everything. And not only have I been banned from everything, but I'm also on the federal no-fly list, because I'm probably on some terrorist watch list. And I'm under investigation by the FBI, and they took all of my assets earlier this year. That's the level of cancellation that I'm on, and I'm canceled from CPAC. Everybody speaking at America Uncanceled has been canceled by nobody. And there's a very important reason for why that's happened. Why exactly are people being so-called canceled? Why are people being deplatformed? They are being deplatformed because they challenge the status quo of the system. Who were the first people to be banned en masse from social media? The first major wave came after the Charlottesville rally in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017. And what was the message of those people? Now, I was in Charlottesville, full disclosure. I wasn't at the Tiki Torch March. I thought that was lame. But I really just didn't like the look. And I also wasn't even in town. But I got there that Saturday. I was at, I think it was, not Lee Park, but a different park. Anyway, the message of the Unite the Right Charlottesville rally was this: end mass immigration. That was the message. The message was protect the heritage and the identity of America. What was the purpose of the Charlottesville rally? It was to protect a statue of Robert E. Lee in Lee Park outside UVA, University of Virginia. Those were the first people to be censored. And they weren't just censored on Twitter and Facebook. Lots of them had already been censored. They were censored, whoops, looks like you dropped our projector. They were censored even on things like Cloudflare. Cloudflare is a company that provides DDoS protection to websites. They had never banned anybody ever in history until they banned Andrew Anglin and the Daily Stormer after Charlottesville. So when we think about censorship, we have to think about why it's happening. To answer that question, we have to figure out who it's directed at. And the first wave came at who? People that are defending American identity and people that are protesting mass migration. These are ideas and messages that actually challenge the system. The next wave of bannings came, I think it was on Joseph Stalin's birthday, December 18th, 2017. Don't ask me how I know that. But the next wave came later that year in December. It was Jared Taylor and American Renaissance were the next ones to go. What does Jared Taylor and American Renaissance talk about? They talk about racial differences, specifically race differences in IQ, and how differences between the races explain the disparities between the races and various outcomes in the country. That is a message that the elite wanted to censor. So I won't bore you going through. We've endured years of censorship. It's only getting more pervasive, as I just demonstrated. It's as deep as things like Amazon AWS and Shopify. On TikTok right now, not only am I banned, but you can't even search my name on TikTok. If you go into the search bar and you search Nick Fuentes, it will say something to the effect of that's an extremist keyword.
Telegram.
Yeah, and the same is true on Instagram as well.
Telegram.
What about it?
It's uncensored.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the level of censorship that we're on. These other people that are speaking at CPAC, like we just went over, Matt Schlapp and like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro and Steve Crowder and all these other characters, they are not being censored because they don't really have a message that is challenging the system. On a fundamental level, their worldview and their message is virtually identical to the left. And this is why, for example, at CPAC this year, you had Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner, they've got Caitlyn Jenner, Bruce Jenner, walking through the halls of CPAC. And they say that that's America uncanceled? What's uncanceled about a transgender freak from Hollywood walking through the halls of CPAC? And it's not just that. It's Blexit. And it's all this stuff about the Platinum Plan, and it's about criminal justice reform, and it's about tax cuts, and it's about multiracial working class populism. You ever hear that? Let me tell you a story. I wasn't going to tell this story, but I'm going to because it's relevant. So I was supposed to host a fundraiser with Representative Paul Gosar from Arizona in Phoenix a couple of weeks ago. That was a big part of why we drove out here. And once the Republican Party caught wind that that fundraiser was going to happen, they called the meeting, the leadership called the meeting with Representative Gosar, death threats came in, Capitol Police said, we can't guarantee anybody's safety, and so we had to postpone the conference. And then Paul Gosar was called upon by Breitbart to give a comment about what had happened. And Representative Gosar said something to the effect of, well, you know, I'm not a white supremacist, I'm not an anti-Semite, you know, the media's going to say that, blah, blah, blah. But even for Breitbart, that wasn't good enough. Breitbart News, which was like the American Pravda for Trump back in 2016, they were pushing Representative Gosar to disavow me in particular. They wanted him, and they were begging him to disavow me and say, please disavow Nick Fuentes, say you'll never do an event with him ever again. Breitbart News. The relevance is this. We heard a rumor, unconfirmed, but we heard a rumor that the order for that article came down from Steve Bannon himself. That's right. Steve Bannon himself commissioned Breitbart to go to Representative Gosar to disavow me and say that they would never do an event with me ever again. And I see Steve Bannon on Tim Pool, and I see Steve Bannon debating people in Canada, and I see Steve Bannon all over in the media, and he's with Raheem Kassam, and he's with other people. And Steve Bannon is one of the biggest proponents of this new idea of multiracial working class populism. And you know, there's a word for what they're doing right now. They're lying, okay? All of that stuff, multiracial, working class, populism, populist nationalism, ruled the country for 100 years, that is a big load of bullshit. And everybody knows it. It is a message that offends nobody. It's a message that doesn't actually challenge the system. They still believe the same things about race that the left does. They still believe the same thing about Christianity that the left does. They believe the same thing about American identity that the left does. And that's why the Republican Party and CPAC and all of that looks like it does today. It looks like what the left was doing 5 years ago. That's why. And so I want to get into some of the reaction, if we could pull that up on the slide, to, for example, my censorship on Twitter. This is another illustration of what real cancellation looks like. So as you know, I was banned from Twitter yesterday. It was the worst day of my life. Now, I'm not being ironic. I put my phone down, I went in the shower, I got out of the shower, and I was banned from Twitter. And I knew it was going to happen for a long time. I expected it to happen earlier this year, actually, after the Capitol, but somehow I held on. And this is what all of our conservatives had to say about that. Looks like we're having some difficulty with the projector. A lot of difficulty. Okay, well, Ben Shapiro says, Nick Fuentes is a garbage person with garbage beliefs. And he said that, well, there's a lot of garbage people on Twitter, but I don't think that they should be banned. And, you know, don't be fooled about what they're trying to do. There were a lot of conservatives that spoke out against my being deplatformed and have spoken out about other people being deplatformed, but it always comes with the caveat. You ever notice this? They always say something to the effect of, well, I don't agree with him on everything, but, or they'll say something like, well, from what I've seen of him, I don't like his content, but, or they'll say, he's a garbage person with garbage beliefs, but, I think there's a Robert Barnes tweet somewhere in here. Robert Barnes, did you see that tweet? I mean, what the hell was that? Here we go. Yeah, this is the Robert Barnes tweet. This is what he said about me. Robert Barnes said about Nick Fuentes, hashtag Fuentes, is a Jew-hating, race-baiting, woman-bashing, wannabe fascist, kitty Klansman, mini-me Hitler, baby David Duke, whose mere association defames America first. That is, when he's not chasing around boys in bunny outfits.
They're cat outfits.
It was cat outfits. Or setting people up for trouble while he dodges it. And you know, Robert Barnes is somebody who, did anybody see my debate with him on InfoWars? I won easily. It wasn't even hard. I didn't even prepare, and I totally won. But you know what happened with Robert Barnes? I debated him about whether or not we should support Israel. And I beat him so badly, and he was very cordial actually to me before the debate, during the debate, but after the debate, his tone changed. And suddenly, the next morning, he was all over Twitter saying, oh, Nick Fuentes' debate performance would be better if it was in German subtitles. You know, implying I'm a Nazi or something. I am not a Nazi. Okay, but anyway. So he goes out there and he's on the attack all day long. If you're a Nazi, you're an anti-Semite, you hate Israel, you said that if Israel didn't exist, it would be safer for America. And it's like, well, you know, that's a fact. So I don't know why. But I'm sure that he woke up the next morning and he got a call from, who do you think? I mean, who do you think called him up? And they said something like, "You have failed us for the last time. You've humiliated the Jewish race. You've humiliated the Jewish state of Israel. And now you're going to clean up your mess. You better clean up what you did." So they sent him out on the attack. And, I said this on my show. It's a little bit vulgar, but Robert Barnes in the future should do all of his live streams on his knees. I think that would be far more appropriate. Maybe with like cash in his mouth or something. Because that's kind of what he's doing for Jewish power in Israel. So anyway, so you can see we've gone through some of the tweets here. David Reboy says, "This loathsome piece of shit. The big tech silencing him is BS." And these boomers are very vulgar. Boomers are so extreme. They're more extreme than Zoomers. You radicalize a Zoomer, and they show up in like the pit vipers and like the short shorts, and they're like, "Hey man, I'm like America first." You red pill boomers, and they're like, "I'm getting my guns, we're driving on." And even like the Zionist Israeli shill ones, this guy is on steroids. This guy's on juice. They had the super gay lame event tonight. It was called like the Gulag something. And it's all these millennials and Gen Xers. And they're using like Ash Wave, like grid aesthetic. Somebody needs to tell these boomers, that was still like 5 years ago. I was going to go to their event, but I'm like, David Reboy, the juice head, this testosterone meathead, he's going to like turn me into a little ball or something, kick me out of the room. So I didn't go. But anyway, so this is what we get. Spencer Clavin, who is Andrew Clavin's gay son. Did you know that Andrew Clavin had a gay son? Now this guy says he's a Christian, and it's like, and then he's having him on a show and everything. Kind of says a little bit about what's going on there. Dave Rubin says, "Yup, he's a vile creature. I blocked him, and that was that." Now, by the way, Spencer Clavin is Jewish. Dave Rubin's Jewish. Not important, but it is, for your information, little supplement, little footnote there. Anyway. That's classic, yeah. So anyway, Dinesh D'Souza, he says, that little twerp, Nick Fuentes. Now this one was actually good. He said that little twerp, Nick Fuentes, is now the Rosa Parks of the civil liberties struggle in America. Yeah! I'm better than Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks really do? She refused to do something she was told. I mean, no offense, but that sounds kind of familiar. that's not nice. Well, really, she's on the bus. They say, "Hey, get off the bus, lady," or what do they say? Get in the back of the bus. And she was like, "Hey, shit, I ain't moving." Okay, so, time's a flat circle. The more things change, the more they stay the same. So she was like, "I'm not moving." I mean, that's just, or maybe lazy, I don't know. But me, I've been put on a no-fly list. The FBI investigated me. They took all my money. I'm banned from everything. Conservatives shit on me. So I think I'm actually better than Rosa Parks. I think Nick Fuentes, and the civil rights... Instead of 911, hoping that he would get the help that he needed. But instead, it was two rookie white cops who showed up, and instead of de-escalating the situation, they decided to shoot at him 8 times, murdering him. He was pronounced dead in the hospital. So, yeah, we are here standing in solidarity with all families of stolen lives, and especially Miss Kim, who is such a powerhouse for just organizing everything and just bringing everyone together from all over the country. And I just really appreciate Miss Kim for all that she has done for me and for Travis Jordan and for all stolen lives, not just in Minnesota, but from all over the world. So thank you, Miss Kim.
And it's her son's foundation that's been helping you out a lot, right, with stuff like just support and getting you here and stuff like that to meet other families.
Yes.
So, okay. Is this your first year here? Or?
This is actually my second year.
Okay.
Yeah, last year it was Travis's mom who came, but this year it's me.
Okay. Well, great to see you. Thanks for sharing your story. Yep. Well, good to see you. Again, so that was Taryn, who was talking about how her boyfriend was killed during a health and having a mental health crisis, and she said, like she said, she called 311 and 2 rookie cops showed up, and those are the ones that pretty much killed and shot him. So I'm gonna see if I can. So the families are getting food right now, and then they're gonna eat first, and then I'm going to just go around and kind of like talk to a few people and just get their thoughts for the evening. So and then there'll be dancing and just other entertainment this evening. So stay tuned. And again, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining us, and please share our feed. So. We got Mal and Cortez here. So you want to say anything tonight, brother?
Oh man, justice for all stolen lives, man. All power to the people. Continue to uplift these organizations. Continue to lift up the families, man. Justice for all stolen lives, man. We cannot forget about the people that's done paved the way in Minnesota. Justice for Cordell Handy. Peace and blessings. I love y'all. Continue to follow. We got a lot of work to do out here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Not just in Minneapolis, but nationwide. I actually been in encounter with a lot of these families, you know what I mean? Because I actually walked from Minnesota to Washington, D.C. So I stand in solidarity with these families. Anything that they need, be sure to ask, what can you do to help? You know what I mean? Don't just take it upon yourself to do whatever you want to do. So ask the families what type of support that you can give them. Continue to lift these organizations up, and let's continue to push for legislative changes in our community. All power to the people. Thank you.
All right. April says, look at your swag.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that swag. Look at him. Even with the bum leg, he's always out here. Always out here. Boots on the ground. Right. Right. Thank you, sir. I'm gotta move my lens here. Yeah, everybody's pretty swag tonight. It's really fun seeing everybody all dressed up. Let me get this out of the way for you. Seeing everybody all dressed up tonight, because I'm so used to seeing everybody, all in our street protest clothes. So I'll see if I can talk to a few other people here. There's Miss Kimberly talking to Roger, Professor Roger. We've got quite a few other family here.
And the minute that people would begin to recognize this fundamental truth, why do these disparities result, then there goes the pitch for reparations. There goes the pitch for redistributive policies that take from white people and give to non-white people. These disparities are caused by inequalities between the people. And what that means is that the disparities will never go away. The answer to solve these disparities, according to the left and even the right, is that we just have to help out the people that hold the short end of the stick. We have got to do economic opportunity zones. We've got to appropriate funds for a platinum plan. We've got to give priority to non-white people in the COVID stimulus. We have to design special curriculum in the schools. We have to give money to the healthcare system. But if we're trying to solve a problem that is unsolvable, then this will never end. And so at what point in the future, 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 years into the future, when these inequalities, these disparities still don't go away, will they still be calling for more racial redistribution? Will they still be calling for more anti-racism, more woke education? They will be. And the end game of all of that is the dispossession and the disenfranchisement of white Americans. That is the inevitable and natural conclusion of this. Because if what they're saying in Chicago goes on for 100 years, lower life expectancy as a result of racism, they're always going to have a lower life expectancy if it's caused by the differences between the groups. And when they have a lower life expectancy in 100 years, and all the white land has been taken, and all the white money's been taken for reparations, and whites are second-class citizens, they're still going to say it's not good enough. They're still going to say we need more anti-racism. So that's why they use words like racist. They use racist to condemn and target anybody that talks about racial reality in America. Anybody that stands athwart this giant Ponzi scheme of looting the historic American nation for its wealth to correct these disparities. Now they call me a sexist, and that one is just true. And if you're a man, you almost have to be. I don't really respect you if you're not. But so they call you a sexist, and why? I even get called this by so-called right-wing women. Like, for example, you know Alex Clark? Man,
Wow. Ugly.
She is ugly.
Disgusting, dude. Gross, man.
What is she, like 28?
She's post-wall, man.
See every bit of it. She's pretty rough looking. And I see these pictures of her.
Oh.
You ever see in the dating show? And she's in the jacuzzi. With like a black guy.
She's a race fixer. Oh.
Hey. Anyway, but so even people like Alex Clark, conservative women who claim to support conservative, traditional values, they attack me and they say, well, you're a real sexist, you're a real misogynist. And I'm like, yes, but I'm also right. They say, you're an incel and you need to get married and whatever. But here's the problem with feminism. You know, you see all these conservatives, and they've been beating this drum for years. They'll say things like, well, there's no sexism, there's no gender pay gap. They've been doing that argument for like 10,000 years. And they'll say things like, for example, third wave feminism is the problem. You know, we'll always have to stipulate. Well, it's the third wave, it's these new feminists. Oh, feminism's fine. You know, the first, second, every wave leading up to the third wave is wrong. Or rather, everything leading up to the third wave is right. The reason they call me a sexist or a woman hater, like Robert Barnes said, is because I actually believe in real traditional values. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. At CPAC, they're against abortion. And if you're Christian, you have to be against abortion. It really, if you're a human being.
Yeah!
Christians, if you're a human being, if you see what they do to these babies, they go in there and they rip them out, rip them to pieces. This is barbarism. It's completely inhumane. And over at CPAC, they're opposed to abortion, and I think that's a very standard conservative position, and it should be. But abortion is kind of starting the story in the middle when it comes to an unplanned, so-called unplanned pregnancy. You know, for example, there was a friend of Alex Clark who we had a little bit of a fight with on Twitter earlier this year. And she went out on Twitter and she announced, hey everybody, I'm not aborting my baby. And everybody was like, wow, Queen, great job, you didn't abort your baby. I mean, all the Groyper said, is the bar really that low? I mean, if that's the bar to be a conservative or a conservative influencer, that you don't abort babies and now we're supposed to sing your praises? I said, that's not good enough. And let's think about the story here. A woman will have an unplanned pregnancy, so-called, and then, maybe she'll choose life or maybe she'll choose abortion. But why are women having pregnancies that they don't want? I mean, ask yourself that. Why does that happen? Why do abortions happen? They're having babies they don't want because they're having sex outside of marriage. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah.
Virgins again. And there's a word for that. There's a word for that. It's called adultery. That's what that's called. Why else do women have unplanned pregnancies? Well, they use contraception, and it doesn't work sometimes, and then they wind up with a pregnancy. In short, the Bible and Christianity tells us about sexuality, and this is traditional too, that young men and young women are supposed to get married and then they're only supposed to do it with each other. That's what the Bible tells us about marriage. Conservatives seem to be okay with everything leading up to the unplanned pregnancy. The contraception, the promiscuity, the sort of hookup culture, casual sex, all of that. And then when there's an unplanned pregnancy, then they draw the line and they say, no, but we're the real conservatives. Go no further. You've got to go all the way to the beginning of the story. But it's not just about, thank you, it's not just about sexual morality. It's not just about the family, but it's also about the composition of society. when men and women get married, who's having the babies? Does anybody know? I mean, it's the women that are having the babies. These days, it seems like people are okay with women in the workforce. I mean, I go out there on my show and I say, I don't think women should be in the workforce. Frankly, I don't know if they should be voting. People say that's so backwards. How could you say that? What is this, the 1950s?
Yes.
The 1950s
Yes.
were a good time.
Yes.
They say, what is this, the 1950s? No, but it should be. We have to go back.
Let's go.
And the reason why I'm against this, I never understood the argument myself. I was a libertarian for years when I was in high school, and I never got it. I don't think most people get it because nobody makes the argument. Why, Nick? Why can't women work in the workforce? Do you think they're incompetent? Well, yes. Do you think that they're not as intelligent as men?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. But that's not entirely why. That's not the only reason. I'm being a little tongue-in-cheek, but it's actually serious. If we're to have a traditional Christian view of sexual morality, then women should be getting married and having lots and lots of kids. That's just the natural course of things if you're following God's word, if you're a real Christian and a real conservative. And so if you're having all these babies, who is going to raise those babies other than their mother? We have a country now where people have babies, and what do? They have 1 or 2 or 3 kids, and then they stop, and then they send the kids to daycare. And the mom's working, and the dad's working, and they have 2 cars, and 2 car insurance, and all this, and they send the kids to daycare. And the kids, from the time they wake up until the time mommy and daddy get home from work, they're being raised by somebody other than their mother. They're being raised in many cases by people that don't care about them, maybe people that hate them. You're seeing people being brought up in daycare, and largely it's immigrants working these jobs. We're going to have immigrants raise our babies because mothers are too busy doing what? Making spreadsheets? They're too busy making a schedule? This is insane. This is not a conservative...
Let's go, Nick! Exactly.
So they say you're a sexist because we believe that the 2 genders are real, and that's meaningful. Everybody at CPAC will say, well, I believe there's 2 genders. Have you heard that joke before? Yeah, that's not played out. There's 10,000 genders. I believe there's 2. Yeah, that's so edgy. But you have to follow it through to its logical conclusion. Yes, there are 2 genders, and the 2 genders are different. And the 2 genders are significantly different. They're fundamentally different. And 2 things that are fundamentally different cannot be treated the same way. It makes no sense. And so when you have this family-based Christian traditional orientation, they will call you a sexist. But if you believe in the Bible and if you are a conservative, this is really the only disposition that you can have. Or else you have to, thank you, you have to answer these questions. Who's going to raise the babies? And how are you going to be starting families with contraception and outside of marriage and all of this? But they draw the line at abortion. So yes, I'm a racist. Yes, I'm a sexist, if that's what those things mean. And
yes. Exactly.
Now, they also say that I'm a white nationalist. Have you heard that one? That's a tough one. I've stridently denied that one. That one's been tough because they call you a white nationalist. They can ban you from everything.
But you have black followers.
That's right.
You literally
Look at you.
Look at my
African American. We have a lot of them. We have a lot of them. We have another one over there.
There's one over there.
And I think I saw one over there. That's right. Yeah.
There's one over
there. How are you? So it's true. I can't be a white nationalist. I have black friends.
You couldn't be.
The reason they call me a white nationalist is quite simple, because I am against the transformation of America's demographics. That's the key word, is demographics. And you know, what exactly is a white nationalist? Well, they say it's somebody that believes in a white ethnic state. It's all white people in America and no non-white people, which is nothing that I have ever supported. I've never said anything like that. You know, largely just because that's not really how the world works. You know, we have a largely multiracial country. These trends are virtually unstoppable, and so as a practical matter, we as a nation are going to have to figure out how to navigate the turbulent waters ahead, living in a very big and diverse empire. I wish it wasn't that way, but that's the way that it is. So I've never advocated for anything like ethnic cleansing or genocide or things like that, but yet they call me that. They call me that because I am opposed to the transformation of the country demographically. And if you don't know, America is going to be a majority-minority country within our lifetimes, probably within 20 to 25 years. And what that means is that the white population will be less than 50% of the population, which is pretty incredible when you think about it, and not incredible in a good way, incredible in the way that this is such a dramatic, massive transformation in such a short period of time. It was as recently, I think, as the 1970s, when the demographics of America was 90% white and 10% non-white. And that's how it was since the beginning, not of the country, but of the colonies. It's been roughly like that since the 17th century, since the 1600s. And in the order of just under half of a century, half of the population is being replaced by non-white immigrants and their children. Now, people hear that and they say, well, you have a problem with non-white people or something like that? And I say, well, you know, not if they're over there. That's a joke. Okay, that's a joke. No, they're here and we love them.
Your base?
The problem is this. The problem is not them. The problem is that just like men and women are not interchangeable, people from Europe and people from Latin America or Africa or China are not interchangeable. The way that the country is right now is a consequence of the kind of people that have lived here for centuries. This country, as we know it, or at least as we knew it years ago, was an expression of European people. It was influenced by European civilization. And it was a certain way because of how European people act. Now, people are very complicated.
Yeah, give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up.
You better trust me.
Technology. And so there's very subtle differences. Subtle but significant differences between the groups. You might think that somebody can come to this country and because they listen to Kanye West and they watch Netflix and they buy Nike shoes that they're assimilated. But we see that that's really not the case because what do we find? We find that massive amounts of people come over here and do they create the same conditions in America that the Europeans created before them?
No!
They don't. No. And this is a matter of fact. If you look at all these different communities, I live in Chicago, for example. Chicago is a third white, it's a third Hispanic, and it's a third black. When you drive through the Hispanic neighborhoods, guess what it looks like?
It looks like the third world.
That's right. It looks like an Hispanic neighborhood. It looks like Mexico. I don't want to live in Mexico.
No. I want to live in the first one.
And when I drive through the South Side, which I never do, but if I did, it would look like Africa. It would look like Somalia. It would look like Botswana. It would look like South Africa. And you know what? Detroit looks the same, and Haiti looks the same, and many cities across this country look the same. And so tell me where the Democrats were in Africa to make that whole continent that way. And tell me where the socialist policies were in Haiti and everywhere else in the world that made the conditions the exact same way. The people come over here, they pack up their country, they take it across the border, and they put it down right here. Now that becomes a problem because this country happens to be my home. That's the problem.
Let's go, Nick.
So, you So when they say we're bringing people into America, it's very easy to lose sight of what they mean. They're not bringing them into, I don't know. Where else do you think they're coming? They're coming to your neighborhoods. They're coming to they're sending their kids to your school. They're going to your place of business. They're coming to our home. And there are people who are proponents of immigration who say things like, well, America's a big country. Look at all this land out in the West. Look at all the land in Nevada and Utah. We drove through Utah. That land is uninhabitable, number one. But number two, they're not sending them there. When illegal immigrants pour across the southern border, where are they flying them to? Are they flying them to Nevada? Or are they flying them to Minnesota and Michigan and Wisconsin? And they're flying them to your neighborhoods and all the major cities, and everybody sees this. Now, this becomes a problem because America is not just a place where we like to go to work and where we like to go to bars and drink on the weekends and things like that. America is supposed to be a nation which is constituted of regions, states, communities, and fundamentally of neighborhoods. How are you supposed to have a real community in a real neighborhood if people don't even speak the same language on your block? How are you supposed to have a real community if people don't believe the same religion? And I hate to say this, but this is a fact of our nature. Can you have a community if people don't look like each other?
No. 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 You can't. You gotta be honest. No, you can't.
And that's the question. I don't like that. I don't love that. I'm not saying that, and that's a good thing. I'm saying that's how we are. And if we want to preserve our communities, if we want to preserve the social fabric that binds the country together, if we want cohesion in our country, it's not conducive to any of that. To bring over millions of people from foreign countries that are totally different. They come here with different ideas, different values, different ways of life, and differences that are so subtle they're imperceptible. The differences are imperceptible, but they are still there, and they divide people. If you really want to bring America together, you would be an American nationalist. Yes. And you would be in favor of cohesion.
Yes. Yes. Let's go.
Come on, this confusion. What you have. So they call me a white nationalist because I say if the country is no longer white, it's going to be a different country. And tell me that's not true. The math speaks for itself. America.
Is still up on my YouTube channel, talking to some folks. Not sure how long I will keep it up there, just for, because again, the left, they're in charge of the platforms, and again, it could be something that they choose to cancel out, which you have to play by their game, obviously, because they're the big ones in charge. But it is up on Twitter as well and Instagram.
It's you know what? We're living in a world to where the truth. We have to fight for the truth to remain.
I know that's crazy.
I'm sitting there thinking about it.
We're literally fighting with those who want to twist everything, twist the truth. We're fighting to keep the truth the truth. Yeah.
So in other words, you got canceled at Uncanceled 2021.
I did.
Well, he didn't get canceled.
No, again, I mean, nothing bad. Everything comes as a blessing.
The organization here, now it'd be interesting if they're like looking for you tomorrow.
Right.
If they're looking for you tomorrow.
I wouldn't even worry about it.
If they did that,
for something that
would
little,
be an issue.
But for something like when you told me and I watched the video, like,
so I played it a couple times for these guys. I said, and they completely was oblivious to it. Completely.
Like, okay, what happened? Okay, like that happens all the time.
YouTube.
If a leftist calls us a Nazi or a white supremacist, even these two, it's okay. But I'm sorry, if you're a freak, you're a freak, and you can be called that.
Yeah.
Fred Smith here told us.
Blah blah.
No, ads are even running for it.
Well, it don't matter. Okay.
Bruce.
You just mainly got to listen.
So it's mainly what is being said. And you can kind of see you can kind of see that Bruce will be on the other side of the door when the very last comment is made, and Bruce has no idea of what's being said. He's going on about his business, okay? But they're saying because of the way someone thinks. That's what this is all about. It's like Minority Report.
Bruce, what do you think about the stuff that they're teaching in the schools? Hey, Bruce. Bruce, what do you think about the stuff that they're teaching in schools regarding the LGBTQ?
Legitimate.
About Jesus Christ, Bruce. Don't forget about Jesus. Look at that sick freak.
Yeah, and you know what? I did say it with disgust.
Yeah,
I did say it with disgust. I'll admit
that's
that.
how you feel. That's why people watch.
You don't want to hear God's opinion about it. I'd rather hear you guys hear. You don't hear God's opinion about it. Believe that.
Well, the problem is because your opinion lines up with God.
Right. That's a problem.
And that's where the biggest problem comes in. It's not that the fact that you don't agree with his lifestyle. It's the fact that you agree to God's word.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest problem that they have with all of it. And they're going to try to say that you're doing hate speech and that you're being mean because you're a Christian. I did a video, my broadcast, not last night, but the night before when I was coming to Dallas, my broadcast, I actually showed oh, come on. Battery. Yeah, that should fix it.
Rookie move.
I know. My broadcast I actually showed where they're calling conservative Christians domestic terrorists.
Yep.
Yes.
And this right here, seriously, they're going to use this to, this is it's so sick. It's so sick.
But overall, again, guys, we are against cancel culture. The hats make speech free again. I will stand for a leftist that wants to call me whatever they want. Whatever they want. I will stand for their right for that First Amendment, because as soon as we start giving in and saying, oh, well, you can't say that, you can't say that, the government's going to decide what you can and can't say. And here's the fact. Leftists use every word in the book to describe us. Yep. And that's okay. We appreciate that. It's freedom of speech.
Well, another thing, we're not going to say anybody's names. We're not going to say any other organizations or anything like that. But before we do, I will say one thing about one organization, and that is the CPAC where we are. The staff have been absolutely awesome.
Yeah, amazing.
I'm going to say that the staff has been absolutely awesome. I remember I met some of them when I was in Florida, and I've talked to some of them here, and they've been absolutely awesome. So I just want to make sure I put that out there so they can go, oh my goodness, you're at CPAC, you need to get rid of them. No, the people here at CPAC have been awesome. But there are other organizations, the one I'm not going to name any names here, which they call themselves patriots. They call themselves and fighting for freedom of speech. But then what happens is that soon as they hear someone that says something and the left start calling them, asking them about it, they freak out and go, oh my goodness, I have to distance myself from you because they're calling me and I don't know what else to do. So I'm going to
grow a pair here, grow a
to
sack,
the left.
Grow a sack and tell them that's nice. Take a hike. Really, you got it. This is what I mean. When we talked about it, and I'm going to say this kind of...
They didn't even have to cancel them. They're canceling themselves.
Yeah, they are canceling themselves. But just like when we talked about, look at what happened when COVID. When one restaurant opened, it was beat up. It was beat up. When 50 of them opened up, the cities were like, oh, there's nothing we can do. And that's how it is with cancel culture. If you would fight for it, like we fight for it every day, we're called every name in the book, have a spine. Just like, it's weak rhino stuff is what I call it. And we're done with weak rhino stuff. We need to be strong people that stand for our Constitution, whether you're on the left or the right.
Right. And the thing about it also is that they're doing it to all companies. We can watch it. That employee says something off the clock, off of work, and people will attack that employee and go after their job because they said something that they
hurt my feelings,
that they deem as hate.
But it's your
as hate speech.
But it's so crazy. your opinion about somebody.
Yep. Yeah.
Your opinion of someone, you still are entitled to your opinion. Free thought it still exists.
Yep.
Or it's supposed to exist. This is stupid.
Uncanceled 2021, and really anybody that would take something like that and make it sound like it was that big of a deal is part of the problem in America. I'm just gonna put it out there like that. If you sit there and you have that in your head, I mean, really just go back to your basement, sit in your basement with your Hot Pocket and your Capri Sun, and go restream people.
You know what really gets me is that when Don Jr. went on stage yesterday, he talked about the rhinos, and he talked about people not standing up against these people that are pushing this tyranny, pushing this demonic stuff against. I'm kind of paraphrasing. He didn't call them demonic. I'm calling them demonic.
Well, that's your opinion. That's hate speech, bro.
But
you can't say that.
The point is that he even straight up said it, that we've got to stop letting them dictate how we feel about things, how we think about things, how we proceed to do things. If we allow the left to continue to dictate everything in all the capacity of our lives, we've already lost. We've already lost this battle, and communism has already taken over. I don't know about you, but I still want to fight for our freedom. I do. Let me say this. I'm not a violent person. I never have. I don't need to be violent. I've been violent when I was later. But anyway, I'm not a violent person. Back in the day.
She was 3 years old, and
I'm not a violent person. Okay. So my point is that we have to take a stand, people. And I would rather die than live under tyranny.
Yeah. Amen.
Seriously. I can't see having a life living under with the Democrats, the tyranny, the demonic stuff that they're trying to implement, not only to us, but our children. Come on.
And that's exactly what Bruce Jenner is doing. Don't think he's a conservative. Don't think that we listened to him today on Right Side Media, which again, I don't know why Right Side was interviewing, but
he actually, even on Right Side Broadcasting, they were talking about, there's a lot of people upset because we're interviewing you. And, for as far as just being a news organization, and they're talking to him, just interviewing him, get the information out there. But you want to have a conversation with, he got upset because you called him by his actual name, Bruce, but I guess he legally changed his name to Caitlyn, which seriously, I don't want to. It's the main reason why I don't want to call him that, because I'm giving in to the lie,
delusion.
But at the same, and now it's one thing, because I've known men to have the name Kim, right? But they were born, the parents named them Kim, and they're not feminine or anything like that. They're not trying to be something that they're not. They're just being who they are. In his case, he wants you to call him that because he wants you to recognize him as something that God did not intend for him to be.
Here's the problem with the left and these groups, and I see it all the time in Tower when we go there on Sundays. They want you to accept them for who they are now when they couldn't even accept themselves for who they were born.
Yep. Yeah.
Like, accept me now.
And that's the thing.
And I'm going to force you.
The thing. He transformed himself into a lie. That's what Bruce did. He transformed himself into a lie that he is not. He is still 100% male, has the makeup, cosmetic surgery, whatever, as a woman.
If a man wants, I'm gonna be clear. We're not on. If you're a grown adult and you wanna do that, go ahead. I'm not gonna come to your house. I'm not going to hunt you down and tell you not to do it. Do what you want to do.
Free country.
Just don't force me to play along.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. You have the freedom to live your life. Please allow us to have the freedom to live our life. That's all we're saying. Isn't that being equal?
Yeah.
I mean, this is something.
It's equity, isn't it?
Equity. Equality. Equality doesn't go for conservatives and and anybody that don't agree with the left.
And I think if some of the other problem what's going on here.
Bridget, thank you for the donation. Thank you, guys.
I think some of the other problem taking place here is that we have this wide range of titles for this huge umbrella known as the Republicans. You have patriots, you have conservatives, you have Christians, and we're all trying to figure this out. And I think that's a lot of the confusion, because here you have people who are patriots, but they're liberals, and it's all right if that person wants to do that. I would never say nothing bad, or I wouldn't call them a sick freak. Well, then you have Christians who are like, yeah, I'd call them a sick freak. And then you have conservatives are like in the middle. So you have this.
That's not, you know what? That's not even like really bad. Now, if you really want to get down to it, like saying somebody's a sick freak, okay, you say they're a sick freak. Now, I will admit, I put on a t-shirt and got on the airplane, and there's a particular word that's on the t-shirt that's highly inappropriate. I admit it, it's highly inappropriate, but I did it to prove a point.
Right.
I did it just to prove the point, to show exactly how the left is. See, the left, they can say all of this despicable stuff, but as soon as you like do anything remotely close to what they do, oh my goodness, what are you doing? You know why they do that? Because they look at us as Christians. They look at us like we're supposed to be pure and not do anything wrong.
Right.
But they hate us for that reason.
Yep.
Yeah.
And here's another thing. I want to bring this up, because even people who don't agree with what I said, they will still say that something is sick and gross, and would get very upset at certain situations that could happen. They would go into judging people. Let's just say a pedophilia, or if a child was molested. Some people, they would say sick freak. 100% correct. And according to God's word, both of those things, such as Bruce Jenner and a child being molested or something of that nature, are both an abomination and sick in the eyes of God. That's where I'm coming from first. My identity is in Christ Jesus first. I'm not going to cave to the world or cave to the left or cave to how people's feelings are about certain topics. I stick to what God says. And yes, I have made some heinous, sick, gross mistakes and sins in my life. I confess
we
that.
All have.
And I've been called out for those sick, gross, detestable things in my life. Should I whine about it? No, it made me stronger. It made me better because of people being truthful and honest.
It's because
and free speech.
You recognize what you've done in the past. I've done stuff in the past I'm not proud of, but we recognize what we've done in the past to become better people, to not make those same mistakes, to recognize that we made those mistakes.
Yep.
So, hey, I want to say thank you to Wesley and Becky for the PayPal. Thank you so much for the blessing.
Hey, let's talk about that. We kind of mentioned it a little earlier. So next week's going to be another big week for us.
You know what? This kind of goes right into play with what is going on in our country.
Yeah.
So next weekend, and you know, I think the whole point is not telling everybody where you're going and what you're doing and trying to do stuff like that. But in order for people to support what we're doing, I tell people, and I'm not afraid of telling people, because I know what we're doing is stepping out on the faith that we have in God.
Obviously.
I mean, seriously. I mean, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. We're stepping out on faith, the faith that we have in God. So next weekend in LA, this spa that was, where Antifa showed up supporting this man going there and
hanging his junk out in front of little kids.
Now, is that considered sick?
That is sick.
Some people would say freak. That's right? A sick freak. But Antifa shows up to support the sick freak. This is crazy. I mean, seriously. So we want to go to LA, and I'm asking people if you will support, help us get to LA, so then that way we can go out there and document it. We're not going to go and be violent towards anyone, try to be confrontational.
We will defend ourselves as needed, like always.
We will. All we want to do is expose the truth, and we're asking people to help us get there. Help us get there.
We'd love to book a room tonight for 2 nights down there, and everybody's got to get down there. But again, you guys know how to donate to us, and it would be much appreciated. This is the stuff that we need to do, because as you see, we might actually offend people that call themselves news while we're there next week.
We might.
So that's why we have to do this on our own, and the supporters are the ones that allow this to happen.
And just to clarify something, I didn't come to CPAC to get I had no clue that Bruce Jenner was going to be here, so I didn't come here to get a little video that's going viral. That wasn't the point of it. I saw Bruce Jenner. People were wanting, hey, find Bruce Jenner. And I had to speak my piece as a man of God first to let him know about Jesus Christ. And hey, it is sick what you're doing, Bruce. I'll say it again. It's sick what you're doing.
So we do this all the time. It was kind of funny. When we woke up this morning, I told Quincy, I was like, hey, pretty peaceful day yesterday. When the most craziest thing is Bruce no, barefoot Bruce.
Yeah, he was
barefoot Bruce. Hashtag barefoot
nasty.
Bruce. Barefoot Bruce.
Toe jam, barefoot, fungus, just green. Looked like something on The Simpsons. Just completely disgusting. Walking around in the cooler.
But when we talked about it, we were like, wow, that's pretty good.
It's more disgusting where he's than it is standing in front of a stall in the bathroom. I mean, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Barefoot Bruce. Hashtag Barefoot Bruce. But no, it was kind of interesting. We talked about this morning. How's today going to go? You know, because there's a lot of people that want to infiltrate CPAC. A lot of people that want to come after us and try to catch us doing something. So, I mean, for that to be it wasn't a highlight. It was just funny. You know, we didn't even think we'd talk about it today.
Yeah, I let it go. I posted a little video of it. And
as you've seen today, you know, we were trying to show some positive stuff. You guys love flag waves. You guys love to see the strong support for our president. We go out there, do that. Anything that's going on, once we're done with this live stream, we're going back down there to find you guys some more content that you would enjoy. But something that little.
That little.
So Quincy was canceled at uncanceled 2021.
Yes. Well, he's not canceled here. He's not to speak
right.
Not canceled here.
I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and block his camera.
He was canceled by another organization that caved in to the left.
Yeah.
That's what he was canceled. He was on another organization doing videos, broadcasting, and because of the backlash
that possibly could come. That possibly could come.
I mean, seriously, if we don't stand up for this, if we don't stand up when the left comes at us, then what's the point?
Right.
Then we won't stand up for anything.
You know, and here it goes back to this too, and we've talked about this before. We as Americans, we are at a point in our country where we have to draw a line in the sand. There isn't going to be this utopia of this group that wants to do
like Hunger Games,
Hunger Games, right? And Hunger Games, yes. You know that's what it is.
It's just like Hunger Games, and you see in Hunger Games all the colors and everything was nice, and they had the food, they had all the other play stuff that they were doing, and then the people that were struggling, it was all gray, it was all dirty. That's exactly you know what, the left, they love the concept of that movie.
Yeah.
They love the concept. They don't like the ending of it, how those of us, the people, the small people, won, but they love the concept of them being able to control everything.
And people are asking in the comment section, what video? Will played it. I'll play it directly to the live full screen when we're done here.
Yeah, and it's on my YouTube channel. It's on Twitter. It's on Instagram. That's where it's going viral at. It is what it is. I don't back down from what I said. Like I said, I stand on God. So let the chips fall where they fall. That's how I look at it. Let them fall where they fall. That's God's word. Even leave my opinion out of it of saying sick freak. What's more important is God's word. That's more important than my opinion.
Where's the list of words that are considered
hateful
hate speech?
I don't know.
Seriously.
Oh, they're made up every day.
Oh, I know. You know what? They just say anything that goes against what they say is hate speech. Anything, everything, anything, everything.
Yeah. And also, I mean, you guys know, you see this all the time. We are unedited live, so you catch 6 hours straight, and you get the best and the worst of us. To be honest with
you,
and again, not ashamed of any of it. This is who we are. This is what we do, and I actually thank people like this for doing what they're doing, because again, where do you see this? You're not going to turn on Newsmax. You're not going to turn on RSBN or whatever, all these. You're not going to turn in any of these, quote, establishment news agencies. We'll call them like establishment Republicans, the ones we know all about. Establishment news agencies that have to follow the rules that CNN puts in place for them.
Yeah, it's not necessarily them following the rules. It's them
They don't want to be canceled.
What do you think it is?
It's them just being, in my opinion, cowardly.
It's
cowardly.
them caving in. It's them caving in, and they were like, "Well, we just need to like get along. You know, we just need to, try to make things better." They don't want things to be better, and I'm talking about the left. They don't want.
Oh, they don't. They don't. They want. They're better as you being silent. You not saying.
Yeah, exactly.
You
You only say and think the way we want you to. Then things will be better. But you having free thought and you going off the rails and saying something that they consider to be bad. Not that
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. Then they want to eliminate you. And let me say this. If you are, for example, if you are a racist person like Josh, he's white and he's probably racist against black people, Josh has every right to be racist.
He does.
If he wants to be.
If he wants
and
to
you know
be.
what? I will fight for him to be that way. The problem is that you have these ignorant, stupid, demonic liberals that go on there and say, well, I don't like that you could possibly be a racist, so we want to remove you. We want to cancel you because you're saying something that I don't like.
He's picking on me because I forced everybody to go to Cracker Barrel with me last night.
He did.
I love Cracker Barrel, guys.
He actually put chains on me.
Yes.
Flashbacks.
Hey, like Joe Biden said, they're going to have y'all on chains again.
They're going to put y'all back in chains.
That's right.
And just remember, every time when they say when they point the finger and say that someone else doing it, they're actually doing it.
It's them.
Look what's happening. Knock, knock. Who's coming at your door? So, do I need to say any more?
He's a poet and didn't even know it.
What? I can't do all that. Don't ask me.
Who goes there?
What's going on? See,
we already got knocked out.
It sounds like the feds.
It does sound like.
You want to get it?
Is that Flowers by Irene? Flowers by Irene?
You want to get it? Sounds like the feds.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to end this. Thank you, guys. Donate. If you like, all our information. We want to be to LA, guys. Take care.
All right. Later.
I am so.
Captain America getting political and anything but patriotic in the latest.
You seem pretty chill.
I'm not here to cause trouble. Excuse me.
I'm still kind of in shock right now because I got a quick review.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I got him, John Doyle, and Eddie Doyle.
Well, that was fucking weird. So, yeah, that was the event. Pretty sure that was fucking Oreo that put the camera in my face.
That was an amazing speech. Yeah. That was great. You know, it reminded me of oh, yeah.
Cultural war criminal. Trovo. What the fuck is Trovo? A little afraid to turn the camera off. Yeah, I think I'll keep it on for a little bit. Fuck. When they confronted me, that was actually kind of spooky. I don't know what the fuck Trovo is. Some generic fucking stream trash? Is that it? God, that guy was getting in my fucking ear. He was like, "You work for the devil." And you should be ashamed of yourself. You are a communist, Satanist scum. What are you doing here? Your first and last name? Oh! You can't hurt me, I'm black! If they fire me, it's racist! So I can beat you the fuck up whenever I want! Oh! The smell of alcohol is my greatest strength! Oh! My entire personality is just gin and whiskey! Oh! Oh! Yeah, that's what that entire exchange felt like. But then I told him my name was Jacob Brown, and his name was Jacob Brown, and he was like, "Oh, funny, that's my name!" All right, little mama, let me whisper in your ear. Fuck you, you communist piece of shit. I should have stuck around. People are still in the room? Yeah, no. I already had people stick a camera in my face and call my name out, which... Congratulations, they might find the YouTube channel. Oh, fucking well. What are they gonna do? Dislike my videos? Although, I'm probably gonna go to a parking lot as soon as possible. He's like, quit pressuring back. Like, the fact that he's fucking hugging me like, I'm gonna be the black man at your hip today. It was fucking weird. It was just a weird fucking interaction. Like, holy shit, like, you can't be racist when there's a black man at your hip. Trying to scare me and get information. What information did he want? He got my name. That's not as good as anything. But you're streaming on Twitch, the phone. I should have asked him if he wanted to be on TV. And he'd be like, "Yes, Dad, I want to be on TV. The Flutternator is my father. Oh,
I sure do love the Flutternator. He's got good and engaging stream content and was totally not doing anything. But we want to beat him up anyway. Hooey! I'm famous. I'm famous. Oh, I've been waiting to be famous my whole life. So famous that I probably shouldn't be reading chat. I don't even know where the fuck I'm going, actually. I don't know how to get home. So I'm just gonna take this exit that I think is correct and pray for the best. I don't think anybody's following me. I could end the stream at any time, but at this point, this is a don't mess with your phone while driving kind of thing, which means I probably shouldn't even be reading chat. So... You're streaming this. Well, yeah, no shit. So is everybody else in the room. And I still had the fucking make virgins great again guy on my side. He's like, you seem pretty chill. Like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck was with that guy. He ain't with me. He ain't with me. Damn, I really could have gotten beaten up right there. And there would be nothing you guys could do except watch. Wouldn't that be exciting, just seeing Flutter, like, get beat the fuck up? Because Oreo was like, yo bro, it's this guy. Maybe that's why he left the room earlier. Because he didn't... Yeah, why the fuck would I stay? Staying would have been fucking stupid. I did my job. I got the speech. People knew who I was. That was just gonna be a fucking escalated situation, and I really didn't want to be there anymore. So, don't at me. Anyway, I think I'm going the right way home. I guess I'll find out. It would have been good content. Ah, yes. Way and get events as they unfold. I'm not really a confrontational guy. I didn't fucking do anything when I was in there. It was people who came up to me first and were trying to cause problems. When they figured out I wasn't going to take the bait, that's when they fucking laid off. Although shit, I thought that guy was going to stick to my head for fucking ever. Maybe I should have kissed him on the cheek. Just been like, oh, you're such a strong, handsome man. Oh. That would have been... That's when the fight started. I was in a room full of Nazis, and I was not a Nazi. And then the man came up to me, and he was like, you can't hate me, I'm black. And I did not see that coming. Yeah, I guess at the end point there, I was just stalling for time. Okay, not all of them are bangers, okay? I am just a lonely man talking about events that you all witnessed from my own point of view, because I couldn't exactly commentate IRL in the moment. Like, oh, here we see a Nazi on stage. Yes, Oreo appears to be hunting me. Chat is going crazy about a man named Oreo. Which, who names themselves Oreo as a white nationalist? What, are you just saying you want to be a black pastry filled with white cream? Is that it? I'll get a little white cream for your pastry. And now I'm just fucking rambling. Because I'm on the way home, but I can't turn the camera off at this moment. So you could witness me. I get to make the speech now. That's right. I get to make the speech, and you have to listen to me, motherfucker. This Nick Fuentes motherfucker like, oh, it's a Christian nation! Well, shit, what about the Native Americans? They were here first. What about the conquistadores who came to America first? That's right. They were in America first. Boy, I'm killing it. I am I am slaying these jokes, Queen. That's right. Of course, with a name like Fuentes, I can't really expect him to know anything about Spanish history. That's also sarcastic, because the last name Fuentes is of Spanish heritage. And the fact that he doesn't know about the conquistadores, or the fact that Native Americans were here first, really speaks to his stupidity. I could talk shit about this man all day, but the drive isn't going to be that long, don't worry. Enough to break the ice. Can I get your number? No, you cannot have my fucking number. I was just in a room full of Nazis. I'm not giving my number out to anyone. I already gave my name out to some really creepy dude who I really hope was too drunk to remember. Damn, what if he got drunk and kissed my cheek and then I just shouted out he's gay and like the entire room just beat him up? I think that'd be like a really sad act of espionage. Like, oh God, I have to use homophobia to my advantage to beat a homophobe. Is that ethical? Is that something you can legally do? You fucking hate white nationalists and zombies. Nazis, not zombies. Well, I guess they're brainless idiots that just shamble around looking for their next brain to prey on. But, you know. Let them come. Let the nationalists come to me? No. Shit, I'm keeping this focused on me so that I don't give away my fucking address. But yeah, that almost got scary there. Glad it didn't. Well, I guess the whole thing was kind of spooky. Today we've learned that I'm a terrible undercover agent because I am too well known. So can't be undercover with a live stream. We have learned that. But nothing bad happened except for Corona Joe, who got really close to my ear and was like, they won't fire me. It's a racist move. Maybe I should have told him his life matters and, like, he'd turn around. Just like, well, damn, Nick doesn't think my life matters, but you do, Flutternator. I will immediately succumb to your political preferences and believe the exact same way you do. Or as he was doing it in the fucking thing. Let's go! Let's go! Black Boy Summer! It's fucking... That guy was on something more than just alcohol. If trolls from chat come in here, I guess that's okay. Like, I got mods. I'm not checking chat right now. Much. Good imitation. Kat, were you here for that whole thing? Because that was a fucking nightmare. God, I was alone the whole time. That was the worst part of it. I talked to fucking another person who was covering CPAC. I'm like, yo, this thing's about to get interesting. He's like, okay, I'll be there as soon as possible. And then I just stayed alone the whole time. With people who actively knew I was there. Who I was repeatedly told in chat that they didn't want to cause trouble if I behaved myself, unlike my Antifa comrades. And then I behaved myself, and they still confronted me. Shit, did I get his face on camera though? Come, Patriots! Was it as racist as Nick promoted it to be? You know what? I don't think it was. Like, there were some very clear parallels to white nationalism, racism, definitely sexism and misogyny. That's undebatable. Then he had the whole line about how I wish George Floyd was a zombie. That was pretty racist and tasteless, but the rest of the speech was remarkably not as overt as you might think. So now this whole America Uncanceled tour is just him going around different places to say, "Where I got banned! Let me say my mind! I'm a terrorist on a terrorist watch list! Here's why you should love me! Oh, I'm Nick Fuentes! Oh, I'm banned on Twitter! It happened yesterday! Oh, I hate this! Oh, I'm banned on Shopify! I can't even go shopping on Amazon! Oh! Oh, I'm Nick Fuentes! Oh! I can't even buy Bitcoin on Coinbase, man! I'm Nick Fuentes! Oh! That's all his fucking... This guy is a strange commie CWC called... What the fuck is CWC? Communist White Cock. That's me. I'm White Cock, the communist. I have a white cock, and I'm a communist. I'm Communist White Cock. How to meet you? We'll hear about Nick having his own social media website. Oh yeah, what's Nick gonna do? Talk about me? What's he gonna do? Post to Twitter? Oh, that's right. I'm Nick Fuentes, and I'm banned from Twitter. Ah! White boy summer, y'all! That entire speech was just self-serving. Like, honestly, I was focusing more on like his style of dictation because Hitler was an excellent speaker. And that was one of the reasons that he won the general populace over. He had a way with words, he had a way to control the general populace, and he captivated their interest. Nick Fuentes does not have that same ability, and instead binds his interest, and the general populace draw, I would say, is based purely on his ideology. He doesn't have the natural speaking ability. He just goes off on random tangents. He's not as eloquent. He's not as dictatorial. He's honestly like a strictly worse Hitler. Like, I know that just proves Nick right by like, oh, when the right says it's Hitler. Fuck yeah, it's Hitler. You're fucking Hitler Jr. and you're bad at it. Like, you're the adopted son Hitler had that he didn't want. Like, shit, man. How much more bad of a person do you have to be to just consistently believe the shit you're spouting? White boy bummer. Woo! Ash Williams. That was good. Fist bump for that. Yeah. Whoever sticks their tongue that far down someone's throat. Yeah, down their ear. Shit. That man almost licked my ear. I swear to God he was gonna do that to make me flinch and say that I was trying to escape. But, like, what he doesn't know is that, like, licking ears is kind of hot. I saw it on an episode of Family Guy, and I've just get boners for it ever since. So, if this man licked my ear, I was going to fuck him on that floor. And I don't think... Actually, no, he was drunk. I can't. Consent is very important. And honestly, I don't think my dick consents to right-wing sex. I need left-wing sex. Like, I need Molotovs involved in my sex. None of this, like... Fucking right-wing sex is just stupid, because all they do after they come is like, oh, did you enjoy that? No, you can't give me an orgasm, honey. Well, it doesn't matter what you want, woman. You better not get an abortion. And then she cries and falls over and goes to sleep. You know what the left has sex like? Oh, yeah. We're gonna fuck the system, too. Oh, I'm coming to the thought of police disestablishment. Oh, there's no more police. Oh! I'm sorry about the Molotov in your police headquarters, honey. Was that as good for you as it was for us? Yes. Yes, it was excellent. You know why? Because we're equals and we both got equal orgasm time. Thank you for respecting me as an individual and an equal member of the sexes. I love you, left-wing sexual fantasy of flutters. You are welcome, Jennifer Aniston. You know, something like that. Was that the African American that Nick pointed at? Yeah, actually, that was the same guy. He looked more Indian from the back, but no, he's a wow. Black in the front, Indian in the back. What the fuck, Flutter? That makes no sense. They were all under 5'5" and looked the same. Look, these are the guys who in college wore nothing but fucking Hawaiian shirts and pastel khaki shorts, okay? That were probably like salmon, turquoise, khaki, white, maybe like that ugly shade of yellow that reminds you of a rotted wall in your grandmother's house. Yeah, that is what frat boys grow up to be. The same people who go off with the bullshit like, no means yes, yes means anal. Happened at fucking Texas Tech. That's why I know that one personally. That was disgusting. But the same people who did that are now the same people with "Make Women Virgins Again" hats. And that guy liked me. And then I was also mistaken for fucking Ralph, some Gamergate guys. So, you know, I can fool some people, just not streamers. I guess it goes to show that streamers are the more intelligent ones of any bunch. So why you got a short shame? Bro, I am 5'7", okay? I am a short stack. I am short, I am big, I am chunky, I am the ideal man, and if you don't believe it, this is what ideal peak performance looks like, okay? Women just don't see that right now. I'm waiting for women to catch up to my level, okay? Because I am a strong, independent, fat guy, and I don't need no furries. Anyway, I'm almost home. I'm going to go ahead and squeak this pig because I'm right by a police headquarters for the city that I am located in, which I will not disclose. Why am I LARPing as a girl on Twitter? I don't use Twitter, what the fuck? Hey, fatty, lose some weight if you want to bash the fash. Look, I let other people bash the fash, and then I sit on their chest. I am basically the little wrecking ball of Antifa, okay? You put me on some ropes, you sling me at a building, and we disestablish it brick by brick, wall by wall. Flutter makes the system fall. That's right. You didn't think shit before you talk. That's right. Fucking think next time, bitch. Tell me to lose some weight, but I'm the fucking wrecking ball. I am arguably the most important part of any successful anti-fascist operation, because not only do I double as a cameraman, I am a literal wrecking ball, and I will get naked and bash myself against the fucking police headquarters in Dallas. I'll do it. I'll fucking swing my dick around and smack open a goddamn window with it. It's like a fucking billy club. Have you seen this shit? Have you found my fucking nudes? They're fucking online somewhere. What, you want to look for them? You want to fucking blackmail me? You want to carry nude pictures of me in your wallet to have at your next fucking event when you find me? Is that what that's about? Is that what this is? Is that what this is to you, motherfucker? I seemed really scared when pressed by CWC. Oh! I thought I was CWC, Caucasian white, or communist white cock. I was... Fuck conservatives, fuck Trump. Hey, white boy bummer, losers. CWC scared no when it was the weird tall guy. Has from infrared has destroyed Val. I don't understand these code words, Dad. Someone please explain to me this right-wing propaganda. There's an imposter among us. CWC's culture war criminal. Oh, communist white cock. Stuff got linked in their chat, like my fucking chat. Like, okay, congratulations. I'm at my house now. You'd beg the police to come help you if you were ever in an urban area. No, I wouldn't. I don't like the police. In fact, I got another one. You want to hear the most left-wing sound in the world? Do 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 do. Mr. Pigman, squeeze all those pigs. I'm gonna fuck the police and get them on sticks. That's right, to fuck Fuentes and everyone. Fuck all the white people, the nationalist scum.
It is a pig orgy. It is a pig orgy. They're squeaking, yeah. Did you know that pigs have 30-minute orgasms? That's right, they come for 30 minutes in your ass. Oh, yeah. Most left-wing sound in the world is a pig orgy, yes. Specifically squeaky pig. The most right-wing sound in the world is conservatives being trampled on by metaphorical pigs. Fat, unfunny, cringe, what else is there to say? You could tell me that I'm adopted and that my parents don't love me. You know, there's really no limit to your creativity. I think it would be disingenuous to you as a human being to tell you what you can and can't say. After all, wasn't that the whole point of America Uncanceled? You want to get free speech. So what else is there to say, Nuns on Fire? You've got the floor. You're in the stream. I'm not ending just yet. I'm going to let you insult me even more. Thought you could sneak in by wearing a Hawaiian shirt, but your fat face and pube sideburns gave you... Oh, pube! Ooh! Ooh! I'll have you know that these are high-quality mutton chops, okay? They're called thigh ticklers. You can ask your mom why. Sir Conservatives, my boy Bummer, where they're making you famous now. They're making me famous? Wow! I'm so famous. Oh. Go on, give me screen time, motherfucker shit. Go on shit in your mouth. That's right, bitch. I'm a leftist, motherfucking bitch. I'm not even leftist. Fuck the left, and fuck the right, and fuck the center, and fuck this life. Fuck everyone who exists in the world. Genocide is bad. Damn, we're up to 176 viewers. Like, I guess I'm being like rated right now. Is that what's happening? Like, I'm being rated from the other conservatives that were there. Am I threatening violence? Threatening violence? Violence against myself because I hate myself. Let me, here, let me just, oh, they're so violent. Death to your anus. I don't know about that one, Chill, but I'm sure you can go to Vegas and get someone to destroy it for you. Actually mentally ill. What meds am I on? None of them. Which probably explains the problems, but thank you for pointing that out. Fuentes is a popular figure. Okay. 206 viewers. Well done! I know! And most of them are fucking right-wing trolls that are absolutely getting destroyed by facts and logic. I'm Ben Shapiro, bitch! I'll destroy you with facts and logic! Yeah! Say hi to the high school mama boys that think racism is funny. Why are you here? Why do you hate Palestinian children? Yep, dude looks like a fat bastard from Austin Powers. Yep, I get that a lot. Do you have anything original to say? Or, like, what the world is going on here? Well, Raiders are 30 minutes late. Yeah, the Raiders came in 30 minutes late. I'm already away from the event. I'm at home, and these guys are just like, hey, fucking left-wing piece of shit. Fuck you. And I'm just sitting here like, oh, okay. You already had one guy come at me. All he did was whisper in my ear and give me a little hard-on. Like, is that the best you got? Answer me, leftoid. They're in the other stream asking if you're still there. Why would I still be there? I got out of that quickly. Once that guy let me go, I left. The Israeli government is committing war crimes and should cut it the fuck out. You are correct. Do I support Israel? No. Fuck Israel. I'm pro-Palestine. Brigaders. Oh, well, I guess people are going to try and take still frames of this, I guess. Nick's #1 drunk African-American. The token drunk black guy.
I don't know that that's a real token, but we can work on it. Fat and ugly. Look, we really need to work on your self-esteem. Cope, seethe, dilate check. Whatever the fuck that means. The best part of their whole event is you. Aw, thank you. Fuentes is absolutely not a popular figure, as extreme as you get. I mean, somewhat popular. In certain circles, Flair is gorgeous and beautiful. Nick loves black people. Okay. I look like fat bastard? Yes. You're a little late to the train on that one. I look like fat bastard. Wow. Like 270 other people have already said that. So, oh, now we're up to 225 viewers. Damn, people piling in here to tell me that I...
Clips, and also thank you so much, guys. I appreciate this clips so much. Proud people out here having a good time, having a blast out at the Holly Farm, Harbor Freight. I didn't even notice they were here.
Are you live?
Yeah. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks for following. Give me another idea. How many people are in the YouTube and Twitch chat, guys? Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate that. It's supposed to be another event just a little ways down the road here in just a little bit. I'm hoping I can just kind of walk to it here. David Medina is going to be speaking down the road there, so at 7 o'clock from what I understand. Maybe. Let's see if I can go get a hamburger, guys. You guys think I should get a hamburger? What should I put on the hamburger? Ketchup, mustard. Let's see if they have any pickles. Cheeseburger, maybe.
Take a donation?
Yeah.
All right.
We got cheddar in the front and Swiss in the back. And then we got hot dogs here. I can throw more on you if you guys want.
I'm hungry. Take another drink, guys. Take another drink. Hear all the songs. Take a drink.
I'm looking, Rick.